probably
heard of
can't
it.
answer. It's I forget who wrote it, but it's the Constitution written in modern English, and it is and it's also updated. So like when you're reading Article 2 on the presidency, it will have in there, this was changed by the appropriate amendment. So it's a really neat resource to have if you don't have one.
Ooh, I like that. So I have got a 10-minute clip talking about Article 4 of the Constitution. I figured we would read the different sections, um, maybe listen to the clip, and then we can talk about it. I think
Just
the
so you
way I
know,
scheduled this space, it just lets everybody be speakers.
Yeah, it asked me that. It said, "Do you want to be a speaker, Big Shot?" And I said, "Yep."
Well, I figured
It
maybe
does.
it'd get you guys to, just get up here. I like it.
by the way,
Mr.
Sam, I got
Philly,
a
thank you for taking the co-host.
You're you're very welcome.
All right, while we're waiting for everybody to fill in, there's lots of stuff happened today. So let's talk a little bit about what's been going on today, and then we'll get into the Constitution. So I did see the clip of Elon talking about how they can only retire 10,000 workers a year or something like that because of the elevator that they have to take to go down into the mine to get the paperwork.
What?
Did you hear about that yet? So there's a limestone mine. I don't even know where it is, but they take this elevator down into this mine and they get the paperwork. The retirement paperwork is all down in this limestone mine that was built in the 1950s.
It's in Butler County, Pennsylvania.
Do they
Stop
not
it.
got a copy machine?
No way.
What are these
It-
papers for again?
This is the retirement papers, like when
From
they
the
retire
government?
somebody from the government. Yeah,
Oh, because usually they don't ever retire; they just die.
probably.
Great.
Like Feinstein.
Yeah. Mitch McConnell's looking pretty rough these days too.
Soon they'll be bringing him in on a stretcher.
You know what, you guys? It was that same exact picture as Feinstein was in with the wheelchair in that car. It looks also familiar. It was like a remake or some bullshit. I seen it today. It was the same. I only remember because the guy looked like Matt Gates. I'm like, that is the same picture. Ah, I'm on to them people.
Here comes Kelly, so she can put all the stuff in the desk.
I'm working on it, but I'm going to echo right now, so I'm going to shut up. Bye.
I sent JJB, JoJo Brown, and Dana an invite. I know they have their space at 9, so I told them Article 4 we're discussing. So if he wants to swing by, he'll come through. But if not, it is what it is. They're busy.
We are gonna do this space every Tuesday at 7 o'clock, even if nobody shows up, because this is going to be our kind of,
Our library.
our anchor week space. So, and I am
build
excited
up a
about it.
library. People could listen through. We could cut this up and then make a series, right? Like,
It's called arming people with knowledge of their rights.
Right. No, I had to use Article 3 2 times this week, and I was prepared. I was so proud. Article 3, Section 1.
Are you up to Article 6 now?
No, I'm only on 3. I thought that's what we were on.
No, we're
But
on 4.
you used it twice, so that's 6.
Oh, right? I just sounded real smart. It was pretty cool.
Before we get started, I did want to play. I haven't listened to it yet, but it's from our guy 3D printed Ford parts, and he's clarifying on what constitutes treason, which I think is very fitting because people are throwing it around a lot, and I don't know if they, So I'm gonna let that play for a second.
Everybody's throwing around the word treason, and I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but we all had that shit fucked up. Yeah, treason, as written in the law books, it's not what any of us think it is. 18 U.S. Code 2831. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States levies war against them or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort either within the United States or elsewhere. So, as far as that goes, I don't know who would be guilty of treason other than the people that were maybe given money to ISIS or the Taliban. That's pretty specific. And only 40 people have ever been charged with treason in the United States, and very few of them have ever been executed. In fact, the punishment for treason, it says it shall be death or imprisonment up to no less than 5 years. So, and only one dude's ever been hung from the sounds of it, and that was a Confederate soldier back in the Civil War who tore down a flag. Because to be convicted of treason, you have to have two witnesses who saw you commit said treason, and then are willing to testify in open court about your treason. So even that's kind of difficult to pull off. So sorry to fucking burst anybody's bubble, but I can't even think of any of these guys that have committed quote unquote treason as it's written in the law books. But I bet you we can find plenty of other crimes to fucking charge them with. Nothing to say we can't hang them for that. So yeah, just clearing some shit up. Good luck to you all. Long live the Republic.
I love
Everybody-
him. Hey, what he said that if they harbor enemies, right?
Did he say that in the beginning? I don't think he said
I think
that.
so.
Yeah, harbor, aid, or abet
Enemies.
enemies, or fund them.
I
Maybe
think Biden did all that shit.
So I think what he was basically saying there was, even though we know that they've committed treason, it's very apparent, getting two witnesses that saw the treason. Maybe it's the actual proof of it. That's the issue.
You know what it said in the Constitution was that Congress gets to make up the punishment.
It's minimum
So,
up to
hello.
5 years. It says.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Well, that's
Well,
minimum. But
Generally
you have two
speaking,
witnesses. Like, imagine you have two people that are there, and do they want to be charged with several crimes? Maybe you could get them. Maybe do a deal. You know.
That's when they
I
offer
was- I-
they offer immunity.
Immunity, yeah, exactly. And then you.
I
have
was
your
thinking
two
that lawyer
witnesses.
that we were talking about yesterday. She's treason. I went to her website today.
Don't get me wrong,
She looks a
because
little bit odd.
just-
She's got no followers.
Just because
Like
I did
one-
an apology doesn't mean I forgot the treason.
generally speaking,
Just
we're
because
gonna
I
get-
accepted his apology doesn't mean I forgot his treason.
So it has to be an enemy, which is a declared enemy, which usually comes when Congress declares war.
I don't know. I think people coming across the border legally are our enemy.
But
Yeah, if they're part of
Crime.
terrorist organization, and you're letting them right across. And
And the ones that, what about the ones that lost all their babies, kids?
what about the ones that flew into
Jesus.
California and were met with by agents of some sort and put up in hotels, and then they ended up flying planes into buildings? That's kind of treason.
What about U.S. aid giving money to Hamas?
Yeah, or ISIS,
That's an enemy.
or training ISIS even.
Hamas is not a declared enemy of the United States.
They could be if we work on it.
Go ahead, Matt.
She goes, "We'll work on it." I love it.
Well, Trump is working on declaring the drug cartels terrorists. I guess now they constitute enemies of the United States.
If you're sending guns, to
That
them,
happened on day one, Matt.
maybe you could be treasonous as well, but that's retroactive. Eric Holder can't be held to that, like retroactively, like, oh, you supplied guns to a terrorist organization. But anybody tries to mess
No, but
probably
he was
more.
sleeping with the he
Well-
was sleeping with a spy, Adam. So I mean, there's that.
It depends on the statute of limitations.
You can't make a law and then retroactively charge somebody for that law. You know,
Well,
like
that's even
that you've
New
made.
York.
Correct. That's
You can
ex
do it
post
there.
facto.
Yeah, exactly.
But there are plenty of laws that probably could be used that just they don't apply them.
Our unspoken co-host or unnamed co-host, whose name is Kelly, has her hand up.
Oh, I'm a co-host. No, I'm not.
Has everyone updated their app?
Oh,
There was
I'll
an
wait till
update
Adam's
yesterday.
done.
No,
No, go ahead, Kelly. It's all you. I can't see your hand, so I
Matt-
thought maybe.
Oh yeah, I wrote that
Matt-
down since I am muted and it went away. Okay, so I know everybody's doing treason, so I'm going to throw this out here, and hopefully it's not off the subject, but it seems like it's just so wrong. If you remember source, and I posted this today, the FCC allowed him to fast track buying out all the Odyssey radio stations right before the election. Well, obviously it went through because he owns the Odyssey stations. Now it's been discovered that he announced on one of the radio stations or had a commercial or whatever, announcing where the ICE agents were going to be in the area, right? Isn't that treasonous or some? I mean,
It's the reason why we don't allow foreign people to own frickin' airwaves.
exactly, because it was not precedence the way they went about it, and it was just ridiculous. But so I'm wondering if there's a way we can undo
there's,
it.
there's a crime. It's called obstruction of justice, and it can be very effectively used.
Call to action. I mean, seriously, I was very upset that the
Well,
source
Chris,
couldn't be stopped.
it was recently discovered that it was an FBI leak that gave up the ICE. So yes, you could charge them for treason because they signed an oath to the Constitution.
Well, Tom Homan, okay, is on top of it.
And the
so-
Soros
so
deal?
he knows who they are,
Okay.
and they're going to be dealt with. And Matt is next on the hit parade.
There's also official misconduct for employees that work for the state.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be part of any
I don't have
activist
time.
groups or anything like that, are they?
Yeah, there's a Hatch Act violation, but you're not going to put him in jail for that.
We need to get Cat.
Yeah, I don't have time to charge them with that little stuff.
They can be fired though.
We got RFK coming up tomorrow, so we got to put some pressure on for that. I think we should definitely. What space do we have going tomorrow?
It's
Mike.
Adam. It's the Mike's space.
Mike.
Okay,
Say
so we should
something.
probably open up a space for that and push people to call these senators.
No, we're supposed to. Well, we're supposed to be in the say something space. I'll have to stream that one.
Well, no, I'm saying beforehand, like early on in the day, because
Oh,
this is
okay.
confirmation day for RFK, and we got to make sure he gets in.
What time?
I don't know when the confirmation
Whenever the
hearing
Senate,
starts.
when it's not going to be a hearing, it'll be a vote.
Right.
So
Oh, it'll be the vote. Okay,
Yeah.
so we got to put the pressure on.
Word on the street is he's going to be confirmed.
That's why I thought so too. They last week or something. They figured it out that he's
Co-
going to have enough.
Collins is a yes on RFK, so that's good. I think RFK, Cash, and Tulsi are all going to get in if nothing changes between now and Wednesday.
That's why
'Cause they
Lindsey
Cash
Graham
has-
got his little endorsement, huh? You know?
has Cash has Cash made it out of the committee yet?
Cash comes up on Thursday.
But he hasn't gotten out of the committee yet, has he?
The committee vote is on Thursday.
Right, they still got to get through Tulsi first.
So
That's my understanding.
but both.
Tulsi's already been voted out, so she goes to the floor.
Right, her and RFK are going to the floor.
Right.
But Cash
Good.
still got to get out of.
I thought they had to do like each one at a time.
They did. Like,
Well, normally they do. They can do them both at the same time if they want.
They did
But they're delaying
Obama's
it.
pretty darn quick, you know. His
But they
confirmations
they
were lightning fast.
they delayed Cash Patel in committee on a procedural deal, and so he got screwed. But
Got it.
It was because of those fucking cosplayers.
the acting director is taking care of all of his trash for him.
Mr. Philby, I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't Article 4 declare that we're a republic, not a democracy?
yes. Section 4 of it.
Thank you, Kim.
Sorry.
Look at you, Kim.
I,
love
I,
it.
No, I'm driving, so I can't quote. But yeah, so yeah, we are a constitutionally limited republic.
all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the Article 4 because there's just 4 short sections. I'm going to read that first, and then I'm going to play this 10-minute video, and then we can talk about the different sections.
Now, where the democracy comes in is you have elected representatives, and for the House of Representatives who represent you, and that's a democratic body with majority rule. And in the Senate, you basically have the same thing, but they have some different rules that give the minority some higher rights.
We could actually use the technology so that we could all vote individually through technology on a blockchain. So we could just have a true democracy.
We don't want that.
Yeah, no, mob rule.
Yeah, no to democracy.
We do
Democracy
not.
sucks.
Well, number one,
This is a democratic republic, and it's based on a document, the Constitution, and that will never change. At least not while I'm alive, and I'll make sure
the,
of it.
the reason that we don't want that is because only about 25% of the people show up to vote for anything. And so, do you really want 25% of the people, you know, trying to figure out how to vote on their phone for whatever it is that they have no clue about? I mean, it's bad enough that they vote for their representatives and have no idea who they are.
Well, the idea would be it's keeping the majority from ruling on a minority, essentially. That's why we have the electoral college. You know, people that hate the electoral college want true democracy, essentially, where it would just be popular vote. You know.
Well, that's for the presidency. But
Well, yeah, in that regard.
the House is a completely democratic body. It's done by majority rule. The Senate is got some stopgap.
Oh, you cut out, Chris.
I got a call. The Senate has some procedural rules that allow the minority to gum up the works, and that gives them a little bit of say.
A bit of a check on that democracy there. Yeah.
So,
all right, let's get into it. I'm going to read, and then we'll take a quick break, and then I'll put the video on. All right.
Can I
go
do
ahead.
some housekeeping, please, first?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Well, I just want to let everybody know that we are streaming this to X Live, Rumble, Pilled, Kick, QUX, and YouTube. And also for people who want to follow along, up in the Jumbotron in the first box over to the right is a link to the Article 4, and I also put it in the purple pill. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
And repost the space, guys.
Also, real quick, just Kim, when you first started talking, when you first opened, you asked about the Doge retirement thing. They actually put a post out on their site and with a picture of that mountain and vault. And so I threw that in the nest too, just for fun.
So right, so everybody can know I'm not lying.
You know, like 700 mine workers operate 230 feet underground to process about 10,000 applications per month in manila envelopes and cardboard boxes. That's the retirement process.
Wait, it's 10,000 per month? I thought it was 10,000 per year.
10,000 per month is all they can handle right now.
I mean,
But
the fact that
I
that
threw it up there.
process is not digitized is absolutely unacceptable.
Nuts.
Yeah, what
Super
happened to the
inefficient.
Paperwork Reduction Act?
Right?
Plus,
Oxymoron.
all these records are supposed to be digitized according to federal law a long time ago.
They haven't been doing their job, Chris. What's new? They've been too busy trying to figure out ways to funnel money out of our pockets.
Are you guys talking about that mine shaft?
Yes.
That's like we're all there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's something, huh?
Iron Mountain.
But at least
And to think 95% of you guys are mad at the guy who flips the stop sign at the construction zone.
I always wave to those guys. All right, here we go. Article 4, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts, records, and judicial proceedings of every other state. And the Congress may by general laws prescribe the manner in which such acts, records, and proceedings shall be proved and the effect thereof. Section 2, the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. A person charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime who shall flee from justice and be found in another state shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping into another shall, in consequence of any law or regulation therein, be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. Section 3. New states may be admitted by the Congress into this union, but no new state shall be formed or erected within the jurisdiction of any other state, nor any state be formed by the junction of two or more states or parts of states without the consent of the legislatures of the states concerned, as well as of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to dispose of and make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory or other property belonging to the United States, and nothing in this Constitution shall be so construed as to prejudice any claims of the United States or of any particular state. And Section 4 is the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion and on application of the legislature or of the executive when the legislature cannot be convened against domestic violence.
So let's talk about Attorney General of New York.
How do we apply this to her?
Well, she's charging people with crimes that she says are crimes against people of the state of New York.
Even though it's in Sunland, New Mexico.
Like Bannon. And you know, they've done this a number of times. She seems to be well, the queen of lawfare is what she's been dubbed by Donald Trump. And there's a move afoot to have her office investigated by the Attorney General of the United States. I you know, when it says that Adam goes out and kills somebody in Oklahoma and then
I kill nobody.
flees to Florida, okay, and is hanging out in a Mickey Mouse costume at Disneyland.
I know you're a snitch, Chris. I'm just kidding.
It says that Florida's got to give him up. But
Mickey Mouse costume and all.
that is completely different than creating a crime out of whole cloth and forcing people to be at the mercy of magistrates and state judges who are corrupt and abusive.
Don't
Well,
they
I
have
mean,
to have don't they have
technically-
to have evidence that they put forth with those charges?
Well, they go out and they get some guy that gave $10 to rebuild the wall, and so that becomes the damaged party.
Aren't they making them?
Well,
Aren't they
now.
charging them, like making them pay restitution for like millions of dollars?
Yeah, and so the problem here is that somebody has got to take a case to the Supreme Court. Some damaged party has to take a case to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has to rule on what Article 4 means. Okay, I mean, you need to have something better than a traffic ticket to haul somebody's ass across country and throw them in jail, or extort them for money, or ruin their reputation because you're running some kind of political operation. And I mean, what Tish James is doing in New York is akin to what's is also in the Constitution, a bill of attainder, which is expressly forbidden. You don't get to create laws that are targeted against individual citizens, and that is what this bitch is doing. And I'm happy to have this as a recorded space. I don't care.
I guess the kids can learn civics now. Thanks, Chris. I'm
Chris
just kidding.
started
I'm
reading
kidding.
my book. It looks like.
Well, if that's the worst word that they've heard, we're all in trouble.
Swear jars in effect.
All right, I'm sorry.
Whatever.
But
Hey, we could just make them subscribe for X amount of months.
that's true.
Oh, that's a good
Don't
one.
say you're sorry. Don't call yourself names. Just apologize, bro.
I apologize, and I will make sure that I keep my subscription for another month.
Accepted. Let's go. Let's move on. Article 4. So.
All right, I'm gonna play this video.
The U.S. Constitution is made up of 7.
Hang on.
Which one is
Made
it?
up of 7. 4 plays a critical role.
It's the second one I sent you.
In defining the relationship between the states and the federal government, it outlines the framework for cooperation among the states and ensures that the rights and responsibilities of each state are respected across state lines. For many people, Article 4 is the forgotten section of the U.S. Constitution, and it really shouldn't be. Most people know Article 1 pertains to the legislative branch and lawmaking process. Article 2 is about the executive branch and the role of the president. And Article 3 vaguely, almost mysteriously, discusses the judicial branch and Supreme Court. Article 4, on the other hand, is like the end of an episode of Unsolved Mystery. You or anyone you know has information of the whereabouts of Article 4 of the U.S. Constitution or what it pertains to, write to us. But it's not so mysterious when you think about what the framers of the Constitution were trying to set up. Let's go back in time. The year is 1787, and the U.S. has officially been a nation for just over a decade, and things aren't going so great. Actually, that's an understatement. Things are going very badly, and a lot of that has to do with the very weak central government, set up by the first governing document of the nation, the Articles of Confederation. Look, this thing was a train wreck. Under the Articles of Confederation, we only had one branch of government, which was the legislative branch. That means no president, no Supreme Court. Let that sink in for a minute. Only a lawmaking body with no leader to enforce laws. That's like writing the rule, take one, on a bowl of Halloween candy and just leaving it on your doorstep with no one to enforce the rule. We all know how that turns out. Remember, the writing of the U.S. Constitution was the Hail Mary of a failing Confederacy. The last attempt to save a sinking ship of a nation from crumbling under unpaid war debts, rising inflation, and the lack of a standing army. So, along comes this plan to beef up the central government, adding power to the legislative branch because it was the only branch of government under the Articles of Confederation, and then adding two other branches, the executive and judicial, so that the central government had authority to make states do things like pay their taxes and respect the laws of other states. Remember, states were pretty unfriendly to one another before the Constitution. Under the Articles of Confederation, it was common for states to impose heavy taxes on the other states' goods. They also had trouble converting one another's currency. I mean, how many Massachusetts dollars equals a New York dollar anyways? They could refuse to recognize legal documents from one another, and if disputes really got out of hand, could declare war on one another. So, yeah, giving the central government more power to make the states behave was needed for this new struggling nation to actually survive. But there was a concern for what would happen to the states. Would they no longer have authority over anything? With this new constitution, would this be tyranny again from an impressively strong government? Well, Article 4 of the Constitution helps answer these questions and many more. It's broken down into 4 sections, so let's do a quick rundown. Section 1, known as the Full Faith and Credit Clause, mandates that each state must recognize the public acts.
Nope, sorry. Hold, please.
Records and judicial proceedings of every other state. In other words, if you're legally married in one state, you're married everywhere. Section 2 deals with privileges and immunities. This section ensures that citizens of each state are entitled to the same privileges and immunities as citizens of other states. It means, for example, that a person moving from one state to another should be treated fairly and equally. A state couldn't make a law or enforce one that treats someone from another state in an unfair way. Article 4, Section 2 would make this law unconstitutional. Section 3 covers new states and territories. It outlines the process for admitting new states into the Union and governs the creation of new states from existing ones. 37 states have been admitted to the U.S. under Article 4. Vermont was the first in 1791. Hawaii, the most recent in 1959. Now, most states were first organized by Congress as federal territories before they were admitted as states, but Article 4 doesn't require this. Take Texas, for example, which was an independent republic before it was annexed by the U.S. and admitted as a state in 1845. Finally, Section 4 addresses the Guarantee Clause. It ensures that every state will have a Republican form of government and be protected against invasion and domestic violence. This clause underscores the federal government's role in maintaining order and democracy, making sure all states have the same or similar form of government, and that the central government will protect the states against invasion. The main purpose of Article 4 is about states and how they should behave, specifically with each other. But Article 4 also establishes the concept of federalism. And in this system of government, the central and state governments share powers and responsibilities. A key point is that they share powers, not that those powers are equal. This is a pretty common misconception about the federal system of government, and one that you don't want to make. So, when Article 4 says that states are guaranteed to be protected from invasion, this is defining powers that are specific to the central government. But federal systems of government also give powers to the state governments, allowing them to manage more local responsibilities. Now, if I asked you, which government do you think has more total powers and responsibilities? Which would you think it is? Well, I just told you that they're not equal, so throw that answer out. And it's not the federal government. State governments actually have more powers and responsibilities than the central government. And it makes sense when you think about it. So, the central government is greatly concerned with big picture stuff, like defending the nation, international affairs, coining money, and citizenship. These issues are so critical and so important that the central government feels no one else should be doing this, and rightly so. Things could go very badly if states could coin their own money or declare war on other countries. So, for powers that are dedicated only for the central government, we call these enumerated powers. And enumerated essentially means that they're listed or written down somewhere, that being the Constitution of the United States. Because it is written there, it is for the central government and no one else. But aside from these major responsibilities, the central government is much less concerned with everything else, leaving the majority of the responsibilities for the state governments to take care of. That means everything else is handled by the states. Powers that are only for state governments are known as reserved powers. This list is the best example of reserved powers, but man, are there a lot of them. Think about it. If it's not written in the Constitution, and there's only 4 or 5 powers that are written in the Constitution for the central government only, then it's saved or reserved for the states to handle, and that's a lot of things. Now, reserved powers is more in reference to the 10th Amendment or change to the Constitution, but we might as well talk about it right now. In the 10th Amendment, it mentions that if a power is not specifically given to the central government, and it's not specifically prohibited for the states to do, then this is a power that is saved or reserved for the states. So the 10th Amendment is basically defining this federal system of government without actually using the word federalism. You know, come to think of it, Article 4 of the Constitution also does not mention the word federalism. Okay, so here's another question for you. If Article 4 of the Constitution sets up the federalist system, is the 10th Amendment redundant? The answer is yes and no. Remember, in order to ratify the Constitution of the United States, the anti-federalists, the ones who were not so happy about what they saw in the document of this powerful central government, wanted some assurances. They wanted some guarantees that there would be some changes made to reduce the power of the central government. So the Federalists promised to make a list of changes. We call them the Bill of Rights, right? The first 10 amendments or changes to the Constitution that would further limit the power of the government by giving the individuals more rights. The 10th Amendment simply pumps up the power of the states and guarantees that they will have their own authority concerning matters that are saved or reserved for states only. Okay, that's the end of the detour. Shall we continue? There's really only one other thing to mention about Article 4, and that's the fact that the central and state governments can also share a power. These shared powers are known as concurrent powers. The best example I can give of a concurrent power would be the power to tax. This is not a power that solely belongs to the central government or solely belong to the state government. Both of these governments need to do these things in order to fund their government responsibilities. So there you have it. Article 4 sets out to explain how states should behave with one another. It establishes a federal system by stating the central government will take care of the big picture stuff, leaving most everything else up to the state governments. and by doing so, reinforces the concept of limited government, which is what we love here in America. Okay, I can see it in your eyes. You're wondering, how does establishing a federal system actually limit the power of the government? When we take all of the powers that a government can do and we divide it, we're actually reducing the power of both. If you can imagine taking all of the powers of the central government and the powers of the state governments and combining them, all of a sudden we have a very authoritative, very powerful government. And this is something that we don't want. A federal system inherently limits the power of the government simply by dividing the powers between the federal or central government and state governments. Okay, that's it for now. Thanks so much for sticking to the end of my video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something.
There we go. I thought that broke it down pretty good.
So which states were carved out of other states?
I don't know which ones.
Well,
The Carolinas.
there wasn't a West Virginia.
Yeah, West Virginia, I thought was one as well.
Yeah, that was clipped off of Virginia.
What about the Carolinas? Were those originally North and South? I think those were clipped as well. Not certain.
How about the Dakotas?
Everything.
Yeah, you probably think with North and
Everything
South.
west of the Mississippi was from everything west of the Mississippi was from Louisiana Purchase.
Yep.
Pretty much.
So section 4, that's where it talks about, that the federal government or the central government has to protect the states from invasion.
Correct.
So that thing that we went through with Texas and them wanting to defend their border, and that going to court, like, can anybody kind of summarize that?
The thing is the states have the right to protect their own borders, and that was shown with during COVID with Florida when people were coming down from New York, and this was like the initial of it, and people were worried of transmission, so they basically roadblocked anybody from coming into Florida from out of state. That was a flex of state sovereignty there and state powers. The problem is with, what's his name over in Texas, the governor. Abbott. Yeah, he didn't flex his state powers. He allowed the federal government to run over him. He didn't make a good stand. Which is an issue in that regard, especially, a lot of people cross the border there. So the federal government wasn't doing its job. He could have put someone to task to hold the federal government accountable for aiding and abetting under that, what is it? That code 18. US code 18. I've been posting it quite often. Surprised I can't bring it off the top of my head here. You want me to pull it up? Here it is. So 8 US code 1324 A1A4. Any person who encourages or induces an alien to come to enter or reside in the United States, knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that such coming to, entry, or residence is or will be in violation of law, punishable as shall be punished as provided imprisonment, not more than 5 years. Let me go further into it here. So yeah. Basically, in the case of a violation resulting in the death of any person, be punished by death or imprisoned for any term of any years or for life. So it's kind of interesting, you bring up the cases where there have been people killed by, this scenario, like of allowing people into the country illegally and aiding and abetting these things. So yeah, I see.
Well, there's
some
been a
hands
lot
up.
of people killed, and there's also been,
Yeah.
it's been going on for a long time. I think of Brian
Mm.
Terry, and that whole deal. I mean, that was what 2010.
Just from the fentanyl.
Yeah, too. Because we should send that to the lawyer lady that thinks he's a big shot. Send that to her office.
Hey,
Barbie.
Hey,
Yeah.
Adam, did you say though, did you first bring out an example saying when COVID people were coming into the state, or are you just talking about aliens?
No, this was during I was just showing giving an example of how states can flex their state power.
But I
Ron
just wanted,
DeSantis displayed that.
but I don't know if I'm misunderstanding you, but it was unconstitutional. He could not protect the borders of his state from other Americans and from other states, because that we heard just in this, that you have to treat people from other states the same way as you treat people in your own state. So he couldn't close
Something
Florida
state
to South
sovereignty.
Carolina. Yeah, but every American can go in every state and no state can bar you. And I think we just heard that. It's part of, remember one of the things that he was saying that, oh, you have to treat every person from another state the same as you treat the people in your state. So yeah, so that's even like when people say, oh, when people move to Texas from California, I'd like to make them not be able to vote for 2 years. I mean, I think that's questionable. I don't know if there's a way you can do that, or I guess you could change your state laws, but I'm not really sure about that. I guess maybe you could make your residency requirements longer, but you couldn't specifically like pick out California. But yeah, we have free egress. He couldn't do that.
Well,
He did it.
so Pi.
Yes.
So if we go back, let's say 4 years, and we had governors of states that were closing state borders for COVID.
Yeah, unconstitutional. I maintain.
Yeah. 100%. 100%.
And we just heard it. I think it's under this.
It protects interstate travel, which is what you're talking about, which is let's see, it falls under here. This is a right. This right is derived from several constitutional provisions, including the Privilege and Immunities Clause of Article 4, the Commerce Clause, and Privileges and Immunities Clause of the 14th Amendment. These protections generally prevent states from banning or unreasonably restricting entry by U.S. citizens from other states. So unreasonably. So under
that's a loophole.
under a COVID scare, so that I guess that could be reasonably done, or under a invasion, which could be reasonably done on your border as a state, right? However, there are specific situations where states have attempted or implemented restrictions on entry, excuse me, often tied to public health, safety, or immigration enforcement. Below is an overview of relevant contexts and limitations. Constitutional rights to interstate travel. The right to travel between states is considered a fundamental right under U.S. law, recognized in cases such like Crandall v. Nevada in 1868 and Sands versus Roe in 1999. The states cannot outright ban U.S. citizens from entering. At this would violate constitutional protections. For example, the Privileges and Immunities Clause prevents states from discriminating against citizens of other states. The Commerce Clause prohibits states from unduly burdening interstate commerce, which includes travel. Here's some posts on X that have noted The Constitution generally allows free travel, though some users reference temporary restrictions during emergencies like COVID-19, inconclusive and not necessarily legal. Public health emergencies, e.g., COVID-19. During public health crises, states have implemented temporary measures such as mandatory quarantines for travelers to protect public health. Examples include during COVID-19 pandemic, some states, Rhode Island, Texas, issued orders requiring travelers from certain states to self quarantine for 14 days upon entry. These measures were justified under states' police powers to protect public health, but they raised constitutional questions. Legal analysis from the Heritage Foundation and Harvard Law Review suggests that such measures are likely constitutional if they are reasonable, even handed, and aimed at addressing legitimate public health threat. They do not discriminate against out of state travelers more than necessary. Example, residents returning home were subject to quarantine. They are not overly broad or arbitrary. However, outright bans on entry, example, blocking all non residents, would likely be unconstitutional as they could violate the right to travel and discriminate against non residents. Immigration enforcement and state laws. So here we're going to dig into it a little bit here. Some states have recently passed laws targeting undocumented immigrants, which indirectly restrict entry. Texas SB 4 in 2023, this allows state officials to arrest and prosecute individuals suspected of illegal entry or re entry into the U.S. It also authorizes state judges to order non citizens to return to their country of origin. Critics argue this law encroaches on federal authority over immigration and could lead to racial profiling. Center for American Progress says. Oklahoma 2024, a law prohibits non citizens from entering and remaining in the state without federal authorization, though it does not authorize state removals. Center for American Progress as well. These laws are controversial and face legal challenges. The federal government has exclusive authority over immigration, and courts have historically struck down state laws that overstep this boundary. Example, parts of Arizona's SB 1070 in 2012. The ACLU has filed lawsuits against such laws, arguing that they violate federal law and discriminate against immigrants, even those legally present. ACLU post on X from 2024. Banishment and restrictions on individuals. See how much more did Grok give me? Good Lord, I asked the right question here. Item 4 here on the list, banishment and restrictions on individuals. States cannot generally ban individuals from entering, but there are exceptions for specific circumstances. Parolees or probationers. Individuals on parole or probation may be restricted from leaving their state without permission, and other states may refuse to supervise them. This is criminal charges. If someone has active warrants or charges in a state, law enforcement may arrest them upon entry, but this is not a ban on entry itself. Banishment as punishment. Banishment from a state is generally unconstitutional, though it has been attempted in rare cases. Example is a Kentucky case in 2000. Most states prohibit banishment in their constitutions, and courts often overturn such sentences. Slate. These restrictions apply to specific individuals and do not constitute a general ban on entry. extraterritorial application of state laws. Some states have attempted to restrict travel indirectly by criminalizing actions related to out of state activities. Post Dobbs v. Jackson, Women's Health Organization 2022. Some states have sought to prosecute residents for seeking abortions in other states where it is legal. However, the U.S. Department of Justice has argued that such prosecutions would violate the constitutional right to interstate travel. Justice Department statement in 2023. Legal scholars note that states cannot enforce their laws extraterritorially in ways that infringe on federal constitutional rights. University of Virginia School of Law quotes that. So, practical and legal limits. We're coming up on the conclusion here. This is item 6, and I will post this in the pill for everybody that wants to read it. Practical and legal limits. Even if a state attempts to restrict entry, enforcement is challenging. States lack the authority to control federal highways or airspace, limiting their ability to block travel. For example, like Joe Biden's late night flights with immigrants on them, coming into different states. We weren't able to stop that. So we had them coming into Florida and things like that. Federal law requires states to extradite fugitives, but not necessarily for non-fugitive offenses, meaning pro-choice state could refuse to extradite residents for abortion-related prosecutions in other states. This is from University of Virginia School of Law. Courts are likely to strike down overly broad or discriminatory restrictions, especially during non-emergency times. Keep that in mind, emergency times, right? What do you deem an emergency? So it is a loophole there, as Pi was saying. So conclusion, general rule, states cannot prevent U.S. citizens from entering under normal circumstances, keywords there, as this violates the constitutional rights to interstate travel. Exceptions, public health emergencies may justify temporary, reasonable restrictions, e.g. quarantines, but outright bans are likely unconstitutional. State laws targeting undocumented immigrants, example, Texas SB 4, Oklahoma's law, are controversial and face legal challenges for encroaching on federal authority. Individual restrictions, parole warrants apply to specific cases, not general entry though. So current sentiment posts on X reflect public awareness of the constitutional rights to travel, though some users noted COVID-19 legal challenges. Any attempt to broadly restrict would face significant constitutional scrutiny, especially outside of emergencies. So that wraps that up. I will put that in the purple pill, and I hope you guys enjoyed that.
So Adam, why don't you ask Rock how sanctuary cities relate to the Fourth Amendment and federal jurisdiction over.
Chris, I could perhaps help with that question if you guys would like.
Yeah, go ahead. You had your hand up anyway, but go ahead.
I've done enough talking. Let's hit some hands.
Yeah, no, Adam. Well, Adam and I followed each other. I'm not really familiar with this, with America Mission, but I'm very interested in this. I love civic engagement. Very, very brief background on me. I am a former councilman in Texas. I was an at-large councilman, 100,000 person city in College Station, Texas. Passed a lot of municipal reforms in the legislature. After that, I worked.
You cut out a little bit when you were saying
Actually worked. Yeah, I'm sorry. I worked for Brooke Rollins, who's now the Ag Secretary under President Trump, for a number of years at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. And after doing local government work, I actually went and did federalism work in about 35 states. So we got Article 5 Convention of States legislation, similar types of legislation to that passed in a number of states. And at one point, I was even registered, actually formally registered to lobby in 16 states. So I'm not an expert on the Constitution, but I've done a lot of federalism related stuff. And so, to what Chris is saying specifically, I mean,
You're cutting out a little bit there, Jess. Okay,
I'm sorry.
I think I got you.
Yeah, I apologize. So hopefully I'm traveling a little bit. Let me see if I can kind of tap this here.
No, you've cleaned up.
Okay, good deal.
The signals.
So what
Five
Chris
out
was
five.
sure. What Chris, I'm hearing you clear. So what Chris was saying about sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities. So let's kind of go back to the original concept. This is when we were dealing with federalism in Article 5 and like Convention of States Project, which is a formal organization. We were not that organization. We worked with them, Balanced Budget Amendment, these kind of folks. Kind of the core. What the states create.
Okay, there we go. You cut off on core.
I'm sorry. I apologize. The core purpose, the core understanding of our Constitution is that the states created the federal government. If you view the Constitution that way, which is very clearly the truth, the 9th and the 10th Amendments make it clear as day that that is what our founders intended. It's not necessarily the Articles of Confederation, but you have to look at why that is so important, because it means that every single sub-entity of a state, like a city or a county or a school district or whatever that kind of any kind of an entity underneath the state, it is subject completely to the state, and the state itself is by compact subject to the Constitution federally. Now that actually gives very little power to the federal government over normal state actions. But Chris, the reason I wanted to speak on this specific topic is because I've heard so many liberals say effectively that, well, cities have home, but that is nonsense. Cities only have home rule in a very abstract sense that a state gives them. No city actually has true home rule. A city is just a subdivision of the state. States have certain things that they've agreed to going back to their original entry into the Union, one of which is the enforcement of basic laws on immigration, and also, for example, as Adam, we were talking about privileges and immunities. You can't prevent someone from traveling across state lines. That's the difference between now and the Articles of Confederation, although sometimes I wish we could block people from California coming to Texas, but that's a whole other question. But the thing is, we have to remember that these states and these cities, they have a warped idea of the Constitution in the first place. They believe that the federal government has granted all of this power down from the very top. And in fact, it's from the other direction. And so that means that, of course, it's very limited what the federal government can do. But it also means, and I think importantly for us as conservatives, I'd say really I'm more libertarian, constitutionalist, kind of a Ron Paul guy, truthfully. But I think that when we see the things that the federal government can do, by George, it's a strong, serious agreement that the states have with Washington, and immigration first and foremost. That's why I thought it was such BS when we here in Texas decided to secure the border on behalf of Washington. We were honoring our side of the deal. And then Biden comes in and starts ripping the wire up and all this BS. Total crap, because we have the right and the privilege and the authority as a state to mind our own side of that agreement. But unfortunately, the federal government,
especially when the federal government fails, Jess.
Amen.
Yes.
Absolutely.
When the federal government fails to protect your borders, then it's your right as a state to reinforce it. I'm trying to pull up the article.
Yeah.
What was it like?
And if you're
4?
listen, if you're a real Constitution article, well, privilege is Article 4. But if you really want to understand how deep this goes, I'm not, by the way, a conspiracy guy. I'm really not. Okay, I understand people think this is an extreme statement, but why do you think Congress encourage religions and states? How is it supposed to be
Whoa.
But we decided to come in, and we take that very seriously. And I think some of our citizens here in this country have totally forgotten. This is, in effect, a voluntary compact with very serious consequences that we all agreed to a whole bunch of years ago. And when the federal government fails to do its job, we as the states have the right and the necessity to do that job on behalf of DC.
100% correct. I'm trying to pull.
We put it down there. Put all in down there. Yeah. Been in there for a long time. We liked them.
I only got a half what you said, Jeff, because your mic was all messed up.
I am so sorry.
He was talking about having people down on the border to militia people on the border, I believe is what he was referring to.
And then the app would not let him speak. Not the app.
Here it is. Article 4. Let me read this real quick. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. And on that application of legislature or of the executive, where the legislative cannot be convened against domestic violence. So it has that obligation. When it fails on that obligation, that's why this person deleted their post, because I replied with that and shut them down. So yeah, and then you have that's Article 4, Section 4. Let me go back to, I think I have Article 3, Section 3 here. And this covers what you were talking about earlier, Kim. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of two witnesses to the same overt act or on confession in open court. So if the person confesses as well. The Congress shall have the power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood or forfeiture, except during the life of the person attained. So that covers the Article 4, Section 4, and Article 3, Section 3.
Adam, I think I fixed my mic now. I went to LTE instead of 5G because God knows 5G's got all kinds of
5G
issues.
is so unstable, man.
Oh man, let's not get into conspiracies, but
myself.
It makes me wonder. So basically, America, the really short version of what I was saying is the states created the federal government. Because the states created federal government, we have an agreement, a compact between the states. It's not the same as the Articles of Confederation, but it means that effectively, in those few things that we have given the federal government authority over, we essentially govern that agreement as the states. We've all agreed. It's kind of like saying, with your spouse, you get married and you say, okay, well, we're going to be faithful to each other. And if we're not, then, things can get a little, sideways and there's legal consequences potentially of that. Well, that's basically what the states did. And the states said, hey, we're going to create this federal government. And, the Articles of Confederation is a little bit wild and unruly. So we're going to give a little bit, just a little bit more power to Washington. That's it. Things really got sideways on all this, I think, when the 14th Amendment was passed, not because the 14th Amendment was poorly intentioned. It was very well intentioned, and in some respects, it was necessary. But the Supreme Court's application of the Due Process Clause to freaking everything, and the Commerce Clause to freaking everything, has completely destroyed most Americans' understanding of the Constitution. And of course, the two death knells beyond that, the 16th Amendment, the income tax, but then I believe also the direct election of senators is a major, major disaster because now the states don't have a direct voice in Washington. These are the reasons I think why we've gone so far afield. But yes, what I said earlier is that, of course, if Texas wants to send our own state guard, our own national guard even, to the border to defend the border, we're actually not just taking things into our own hands. Hell, we're upholding our end of the agreement. Where's the federal government? Federal government's nowhere. Actually, they're trying to destroy our work because Biden wanted them to dismantle the wires. And God bless those brave Border Patrol agents. Some of them have said, you know what, we're not going to mess with this. You guys are doing what we need to do. And some of them refused to do it. But I mean, that is why things were so sideways and so backwards. And so I really believe strongly that we have to get back to this notion that the states created the federal government. The states are, in some respect, sovereign. Of course, the real sovereigns are us as individuals, not sovereign citizen BS. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying we are the rights holders. God gave us all individual rights. That's what our founders believe. And then our government essentially is us giving some of our authority to a central government to do very few things for us, like protecting us from invasion, protecting us in terms of our contracts, and ensuring that we don't hurt other people. Or I think as one of the economists once said, my freedom to extend my fist ends at the proximity of your nose. And that is what our government is supposed to do, effectively that, and not much else. And that's why President Trump said we can get rid of the income tax. Damn right we can. We didn't have one for all those years, and we did just fine. When we started to have the ability to tax income and all these other things, then our government magically exploded. Well, it really shouldn't be that much of a surprise, should it at all? But now I would slightly disagree. There's one thing, Adam, you said earlier. I don't remember when, or if it was you, maybe it was Chris, who said it. One thing I would slightly disagree with. You said that it's not possible, or it's not. There's a legal opinion against states going after their own citizens in other states. That is a common legal opinion. I would strongly disagree with that for this reason. If you ever look at the situations related to not just crime, but also situations related to civil cases like family law and things like this, there's very many good reasons why a state would want to go and retrieve a citizen from another state. And in fact, here in Texas, I know not every state does this, but here in Texas, our marshals very frequently will go and find some guy in California or in the West or New York or whatever. They'll go out there and literally, like a bounty hunter, go and find the guy if they have to. And our Texas Rangers have done this, our local sheriffs. We take this fairly seriously. It's just kind of our culture here. And I think some of the Western states too. But of course, in California, if you're guilty of some terrible, heinous thing and you go somewhere else, you better hope, if you're the victim of that crime, that the local DA has the wherewithal to go and chase that criminal. Because honestly, a lot of those criminals get away scot-free. They go to another state, they might go to a territory, they might even go outside the country. And of course, we've seen plenty of that, which is why California is a total morass on so many levels.
Well, and you also, it gets really messy too with all of these child custody things that have been going on in recent years. Especially, there's like 16 states where if the child comes over the state lines, they become a ward of the state, and the parents have a real hard time getting them back. So it's gotten really messy.
Yeah, and you might remember we had a case in Fort Worth. Actually, the guy ran for state rep, Jeff Younger, whose son, his wife, had majority custody, and she started to kind of, convince this kid that he was a transgender, that he was a girl. And maybe the kid had gender dysphoria, maybe not. Nobody really knows the fullness of the case. But essentially, what she did is she moved to California with him and started gender transition. I mean, it was horrific. Imagine, being in a divorce situation with a custody situation, and then your co-parent goes and takes the kid across state lines and goes to do this transgender stuff. I mean, it's just freaking insane. So I think those are situations where indeed states have to be able to stand up for their own prerogative. Unfortunately, in that case, Texas didn't have laws that would totally prevent it. Although our AG Ken Paxton did try to do some stuff, there was only so much you can do when it comes to that kind of a dispute. But when it comes to anything that relates to criminal and certain civil cases, absolutely, we'll go and get them. And we have every prerogative to do that.
100%. Yeah, I was reading basically a Grok output, and I did pin that there was some legal, what is it called? Legal
I didn't think that was your opinion.
Legal,
that was just kind of
opinions,
generic
yeah.
legal opinions. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Although it's
Some of
worth
them were
pointing out,
for-
Adam, a lot of that BS legal opinion crap. I mean, when we wonder why do we have such liberal Supreme Court justices historically, why do we have so many liberal federal court justices? Well, guess what? They're being trained at law schools to basically believe that the Constitution is a flexible document. They're being trained at law schools in a Marxist, Leninist, relativistic, socialist worldview. That is where they're being trained, and they're getting that, and they're taking it all the way to the bench. And
That's why
it's
I
no
like
surprise.
Originalists like Scalia. Scalia's great, you know.
I think we need to go into these law programs in these schools and, lay down some law on what they're allowed to teach and what they're not allowed to teach, honestly.
There you go. Lay down the
Here's-
law in the law schools. Damn right.
Here's my idea on that. I think we should have alternative licensing. There's nothing that says it has to be the bar. And I don't know like how you would
The
change
bar is
that.
British and whacked out.
Yeah,
We
I
need
mean,
to get rid of that, honestly.
I mean, we should do that for lots of occupations, but we just have a different bar. It would be an alternative bar. And then certain states, like red states, could say only lawyers that are licensed through this are able to practice in our state. And so
That's
then
that's a really interesting point, and it makes sense because a lot of people would say, well, wait a minute, how do you make sure that an attorney is really going to do the right job? Well, what is an attorney, right? I mean, any one of us can represent ourselves in court if we want to. We retain the right to do that. So all the bar is doing is providing a sort of accreditation to people who are representing you. So why wouldn't you be able to have competing standards in the same sense that the Good Housekeeping Seal of Approval or Underwriters Laboratories does that for consumer products? And they've done a hell of a lot more for consumer products than the Consumer Product Safety Commission, which does like nothing. And seatbelts were developed by Volvo long before any other U.S. automaker, or any U.S. automaker, I should say, thought about it. And then later it was made a federal standard, and they said, look how many lives we've saved. No, you idiots. The market created that standard. We should have market standards in almost everything. I don't see why we wouldn't in the law. Now, if there's one thing that's going to be the last thing I think that you're going to get rid of standards for, though, it is the law, because people are afraid of that. But one thing we could easily fix and get rid of almost instantly is this notion that you have to go to an ABA accredited law school in order to actually practice law. Actually, believe it or not, in California, which is, of course, one of the most liberal, progressive places on earth, California actually does not require you to go to an ABA accredited law school in order to go and take the law exam. So just like old Abe Lincoln, you could go to some Pacific Law. I think there's online law schools, and you could actually go take the bar exam or just even self-studying without having to go to a law school. That is a barrier to entry that makes it almost impossible for the profession to have a true marketplace.
Also, there's been a lot of corruption with the bar, the way that they've been treating people, like lawyers and things along that line. Like, I think Sidney Powell faced some of that.
it's
the brunt of
illegitimate.
that, right?
I believe
They
it's
had-
illegitimate.
They had an entire group of attorneys who, was it 35 or 85 attorneys that were
65, the 65 project.
65, right? To ruin the lives of any attorney who would defend anybody associated with Donald Trump or Donald Trump himself.
Or Carrie Lake.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so
That was the bar at work, essentially.
you don't get to people. Those people should have lost their law licenses for that.
So who was the other?
And
There was
that was
another.
working?
I'm sorry. Who was the other
100%
guy besides Sidney Powell? There was another guy that lost his license in Georgia. Lynn Wood, right?
They took away Rudy Giuliani's license.
And they came
didn't
after Rudy.
Yeah, Lynn Wood.
So I have a slightly different opinion on that in some ways. I mean, I like Sidney Powell, Lynn Wood, and Rudy, of course. I think there is a little bit of a conflation of two things here. There's the civil and there's the legal, right? Because the bar is a racket, I think we can all agree nobody should just randomly lose their bar license. But I think there is an expectation, though, that we have to also face that somebody like Lynn Wood or Sidney Powell can make a statement, and because they're an attorney, and I know that this is something that I personally had this conversation with countless people when this was going on, where they said, well, they're attorneys, you know, they can say that, they're investigating, they're doing this thing. Well, the fact of the matter is, and regardless of what the actual truth is, which as we know was pretty bad, the election obviously had crazy problems. But when you make statements as a private citizen against a private company or this or that or whatever, you can be liable for those statements. Well, of course, an attorney can be too, but to a lesser extent than most of us would be. So I think that some folks in MAGA actually thought that Lynn Wood, Sidney Powell, and Rudy could just kind of say stuff and that they wouldn't have to be held to the same standard as you and I as private citizens. That's why they didn't face the January 6th kind of situation, because as attorneys, you get a certain degree of privilege and immunity in your own sense. And I think that is not right, because then you get, you know, attorneys that are totally crooked, like Cohen over here and some of
Like
these guys.
Letitia James.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know.
So while I don't, I obviously, I mean, I like Linwood, I like Sidney Powell, but I would say that, you know, part of the conflation there is, yes, did they make statements that were on the edge? Oh, absolutely. And they speculated and stuff, and maybe they shouldn't have done that. And I think that those statements are what in a normal world that wasn't crazy, which we were in crazy world, of course, but in a normal world, I think would have been probably professionally inappropriate, regardless of whether they were attorneys or not. So if we're really going to have a market for attorneys, you know, it's worth acknowledging, hey, sometimes we go a little far, we say things we shouldn't, but if you attack somebody directly without evidence, or you're not sure that it's correct, that can be a liability for any of us as private citizens. And I think that's, at the end of the day, that's what Sidney Powell and Linwood would have dealt with. Now, Rudy never, I mean, from where I'm sitting, Rudy never made any statements that were a liability. I don't think. I can't recall any. I mean, I remember Sidney and Lynn talking about specific things with specific companies and individuals. You know, Rudy was just defending the president. I think they were just coming after Rudy. So, I mean, that's my opinion on that. But I think that private liability should exist equally for everyone. And yet, at the same time, the bar should not be lording its power over these individuals, regardless of whom they are. And I think that that's where private accreditation really comes in market standards.
Jets.
You know
I
what's
hear
not
what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I
Real,
think
real quick, guys.
it's a double standard.
Uh, American Mission or Kim or Chris, can you bring Fed up to the stage real quick? I'm having issues bringing them up, and then we'll go to the thinker, and then we'll pass out.
The stage is full. That's why.
Oh,
So
it's
guys,
full?
if you if you have a question or anything like that, put your hand up, and if not, we're gonna cycle you down here in a minute. Go ahead, thinker. Hi, it's nice to see you.
Hi, good evening. Hello. Yeah, I was thinking about, you know, what I think it was Jeff. Who was that? Jeff speaking?
It was Jess.
That was Jess
Jess.
speaking. Yeah.
Jess. You know, I think when you think about the bar and all these different systems, these systems can be rigged, and they're depending on what side you're on, right? Depending on if you're on the left or the right. The left, certain rules don't apply to like Letitia James, because and others like her. We've heard the attorneys on the left do egregious things. This lawfare, like this lawfare epidemic, is so popular now, and they get away with it. I want to talk about what are the penalties against this lawfare that they are using to rig the system to attack people.
They
Yes.
definitely need to put some sort of safeguards in place.
Yeah, to your point, that goes back to what we were discussing a little bit earlier. You know, they're using the court to basically pass a bill of attainder that is blatantly unconstitutional by using the court as a legislative body. And you know, it should be as blatantly unconstitutional in the court of law as it is in a legislative body. And you know, these attacks, like going after Trump for and declaring him guilty before the trial begins on specious evidence, and then assessing a penalty because you're charging him on basically a regulation is complete bullshit. And then to go even a step further from that, to for the United States Department of Justice to send its number 2 or 3 person into the state of New York to be in Alvin Bragg's district attorney's office to participate in the prosecution of the president of the United States on a case that was long past any nation, and then dragged was misdemeanors, and then somehow miraculously crafted into felonies, and then
Well, not to mention, Chris, what they did with the jury.
so then the judge gives instructions to the jury that are completely ridiculous. But you've got Letitia James is hauling people into the state of New York because some guy bought a sweepstakes ticket, from or made a donation to somebody for $10 on a Give Send Go or whatever the hell it is, and because he felt somehow wronged, that they're going to use his feeling, okay, as a basis to prosecute people for fraud on somebody who's made a $10 donation, and then you've got the other 99% of the people who don't want their money back, who are perfectly happy with how the project was completed. Those people don't count. But this one guy who's got this $10 donation is going to become the catalyst to prosecute people on ridiculous charges that would never be available under any other circumstance.
Well, Chris, you're right about bill of attainder. I want to point one thing out real quick, is that while you're right about bill of attainder, and I totally agree with you, if we are taking federalism to the maximum extent, and I always like to play that intellectual game that we are in a world where we really think of the Constitution as our founders intended, and that means we wouldn't incorporate every single thing in the federal Constitution to the states because we would respect state sovereignty as it was originally intended. And if that were the case, then in fact a state level case against, for example, President Trump, we really couldn't call it a bill of attainder, right? Because it's a state level case. Now, does that mean that the state should do that? No, states should do their own damn thing and fix those problems and make sure that doesn't happen. States have bills of rights for a reason. The states didn't just do that for the heck of it, right? But I think that now we're in a position where everything is federalized, and while there are sometimes advantages to that, we can see, oh well, hey, because we can say this is a bill of attainder, and I would agree with you that under our current definition, no doubt all of it is. At the same time, we have to recognize that the federalization of everything at the state and local level has ultimately meant the federal government can reach into our lives and do even more lawfare. I think if we got back to the idea that the federal government was very, very limited in its enumerated powers, the states are sovereign, we would have much, much less lawfare overall.
Well, in this situation, it's sort of the reverse because
I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, like, the thing that makes me like extremely upset about the scenario that Mr. Philby is talking about is this guy, okay, the $10 donation. I want to know, like, how was he harmed if the actual project was completed? Like, where is this? Where is the fraud in there? That's what I'm like confused about.
Well, see that's where the grand jury comes in. See,
Hey, Kim, you see Jen's got a mic request. Do you mind sorting that because the screen's not lining up for me? I don't know
yeah.
Hey
who is
I
on
guys,
got her.
stage and who isn't.
I'll step
I
down.
got her.
Wait, are you talking
Who's
about
on first?
Bannon?
What's on second,
Yes,
bro?
I'm talking about Bannon.
I'll
Oh, okay. So what have you just listened to? Sorry, I'm late.
Well, so we were talking about the states and their relationships with the federal government. So, but we kind of used Bannon's case as an example of where the state is sort of overstepping.
Well, not.
So do you want me to have you like ran through kind of like what happened?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because it relates to not just Steve Bannon, but it relates to the other people who were you know much more broadly harmed. But go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. Yeah, so in December of 2019, or no, I'm sorry, December of 2018, Brian Colfax had the idea because the Congress was not allowing the wall funding in the CR. At that time, Brian Colfax got mad and he's like, whatever, I'll just raise the money and give the money to the government and then they'll be able to build the wall. Well, long story short, we were not able to give the money to the government, right? So we went out and in May of 2019, we began building wall 4 months after we raised the money. We built that structure over Memorial Day weekend. And about a year later, so in August of 2020, we also had some other events and stuff at the wall, like the wall symposium. In August of 2020, we were all raided by the United States Postal Service. Everybody knows the story. And then when President Trump was leaving office in 2020 or in 2021, one of his last acts as president was to pardon Steve Bannon. So Steve Bannon gets pardoned on the federal charges for Rebuild the Wall. Well, needless to say, the Southern District of New York was not happy with this decision, big mad, because like the whole reason they brought this case in the first place was to get Steve Bannon. So they called their friends over at the Manhattan DA and they were like, hey, we have a case for you. Pretty much all you got to do is copy and paste the original indictment and re-indict Steve Bannon on those state charges. And then President Trump will not be able to pardon Bannon in the future because the president doesn't have authority over state charges. So they brought this case, right? This is why we've seen Bannon perp walked on several different occasions. And they went to him and they offered him a plea deal where he pled guilty to the exact charge is scheming to defraud. That's what it is. He pled guilty to scheming to defraud. And because he took that plea deal, because he could not subject himself to a New York court with a New York jury, because we know that even if he's, completely innocent on these charges, which he is, because when everything is said and done, it's going to be proven that Steve Bannon was the largest donor to the wall, not stealing $2 million as accused. So Steve took the plea deal, right? Which means he has the guilty charge on his record, but no community service, no restitution, no nothing. And he gets to walk, no jail time.
which being subjected to the New York jury, we know darn well that when you take it to court, they don't like that either. So they tend to throw the book at you. So instead of Steve, serving the next 10 years of his life in a jail cell, Steve decided to take the plea deal, and I don't blame him. No one got defrauded. That's all I'll say. No one got defrauded. Bogus charges.
That's what I just don't get. Is how
Jen, what was the time? What was he doing the time for? When he went to he got
that was
incarcerated
contempt of
this last time.
Congress.
What was the time
That
for?
was contempt of Congress because he told the fraud J6 committee to stuff it, which, I mean, all of us wanted to do that, right? When Dustin and I got subpoenaed, we, of course, wanted to tell the January 6th committee to pound sand, but we are not independently wealthy. And unless you're independently wealthy, it's really hard to tell the United States Congress to pound sand. But Steve did. Thank God for that. But they put him in prison for 4 months for contempt of Congress. And I would just like to point out that Eric Holder, when he was subpoenaed in front of Congress for Fast and Furious, told Congress to pound sand just like Steve Bannon did. And he never saw the inside of a jail cell. That's all I'll say.
He will. Don't worry. All right. Thanks for that rendition there, Jen. Appreciate it. Because I do think that that is such a relevant case to what we're talking about here. Go ahead.
Can I say something real quick? Interject on that point of what Jen just laid out. This comes down to like what it's a jury of your peers. That definition of your peers is people that you know, and it needs to come back to that because that's where Bannon, he gonna want to face a jury from handpicked in New York Southern District? No, it's not going to work out in his favor in any which way because these people already have a bias that they're hand picking and hand selecting, and especially the way they've been doing things. It's been a perversion of our justice system, and it needs to come back to the jury of your own peers. People that know, people that actually know you and pass judgment on you. With the facts being brought about. If you found out your brother was a murderer, you'd want to convict him regardless, or your sister or whatever. Go ahead, Jen.
Well,
Sorry.
and Adam, I just want to point out, no, you're fine. First of all, the Southern District of New York, so they subpoenaed 4 people: Steve Bannon, Andy Bettolato, Timothy Shea, and Brian Colfash. Right? They forced Andy and Brian into plea deals in the beginning. Right? That's why Brian is still in jail and Andy recently got out or something like that. But they were forced into plea deals that were completely unfair, right? Because they went to them and they were like, listen, we've already had you under FISA warrant. Like, we've already dug through your stuff, and either you take our plea deal or we're going to get the IRS involved. And frankly, we looked through your documents and we found, a couple things that might carry 25 or 30 years in jail. So either you can take our plea deal and get 4 years, or you can take it to court and we're going to tack on the IRS charges on top of everything else. Right? And just to point out, just for sake of argument, the SDNY was never able to produce a single donor who said they were defrauded by We Build the Wall. In contrast, we had thousands of donors who were willing to write letters to the Southern District of New York to tell them that they did not feel defrauded and that we delivered on everything. So I just want to, just for sake of argument, there has never been anybody produced that was defrauded by We Build the Wall, which is what they made Bannon plead guilty to today.
Now, can you go back and appeal that plea? Let's say, later down the road, when he can actually breathe a little bit, can he go back and then fight it in court or no?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, right? But I'm pretty sure that if we ever get a Republican or someone of upstanding stature Sorry.
In New York, yeah. It'd have to be in New York.
The governor,
New
sorry
York
guys,
has that.
the governor can, pardon or grant clemency or whatever they do to get that off of his record, right? But right now it would have to go through Kathy Hochul, and yeah.
Yeah, and that depends on each state. Each state, like I know Florida's like 7 years for clemency, 10 years for full pardon with constitutional rights, uh, restored, so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, Adam, once again, we're operating from the auspices that these people obeyed the law,
no, they definitely don't. And
right? So,
yeah.
like, those rules apply to when the people who jailed you followed the law,
And, I wanted to
you
point.
committed the crime, you did the time, right? But like in this case, this is a complete
Well, guess who's
fabrication,
in charge
political
of,
hit job.
of the United States Justice Department?
Oh, Pam Bondi now. Mm-hmm.
And remember, they carried out pretty much, I think, like
Donald
14
Trump.
Oh, yeah.
simultaneous warrants
And
across
he
the
has
nation.
Pam Bondi, who sits as his chief law enforcement officer. And guess what state? Guess what state receives federal funds to their state attorney general's office?
New York.
And to the and what city receives federal funds to their city prosecutors offices? That would be the state and city of New York.
Ooh.
And guess who can audit what was done with that federal money? That would be, right now, I guess you could say Elon Musk.
Well, and remember,
So, Chris, I have a question.
And-
I have a question,
and-
Chris.
and-
Is there something called, like what I'm starting
And
to see?
and
We
wouldn't
are
that
burdened.
just
Chris,
be
can you hear
poetic justice?
anybody?
Go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Chris,
Baker, and then we'll
I
go to
just
Jen.
wanted to say, remember, like, it wasn't only like this prosecution, right? They had us under FISA warrants since January of 2019, before the company was even formed, under FISA warrants, okay? And then they carried out like 14 simultaneous warrants across the country where they bust agents in from the Southern District to everywhere else in the United States because they couldn't get the Justice Department to cooperate with them, which is why they used the United States Postal Service.
Yeah, that's wild. Also, it's akin to, the Trump case where there was no victim, right? Like, the bank loaned him money. They have their own appraisers. And then he gives his own evaluation. I think my car's worth 150 grand. That's my own opinion, and that's what I think. And then you send in your bank appraiser, and then they tell me your car is actually worth 20 grand, not 150 grand. That's what we'll loan you on 20 grand basis. And they give me that loan based on that. I pay it in full. There is no victim. Yet they're gonna bring up a lawsuit like there was a victim in a business dealing where everyone was paid back, everyone's hunky dory. It's a perversion
and even
of
worse,
law.
Adam. So on that first project, we spent about, like, I think it was 12 to 15 million, somewhere in between there, right? To complete the first wall. Then we went on and built more wall down in Mission, Texas, right? Except the SDNY for Brian Colfage and Andy Bettolato, they are making them pay restitution to the court at the tune of $20 million, acting like none of the money got repaid. Like none of the money, $0 went to the wall, and he has to pay the full GoFundMe back to the United States government, even though we spent money, the majority of it, on building freaking wall like we said we did.
That's theft and indentured servitude. Like that's not American.
Adam, let me get to these hands. Thinker,
Can
go
you
ahead
bring
real quick
Chris
because I
back
know
up though?
yeah, I will.
All right.
Can I let Thinker go because you were interjecting in there, Thinker, and then we'll get to Fed Up.
Okay, I was going to ask Chris and you and Jess, is there something called a burden to the court? Because I'm starting to see these courts being burdened just with a lot of frivolous stuff. So is there something around being a burden to the court?
A burden of proof?
No, a burden on the court. Like the courts are so burdened with these frivolous cases and things that are popping up the last since Trump was in
Well, in
office.
that case, the
And
answer is
they're
yes. Every single jurisdiction, just about in the United States, I mean, whether it's local or state and federal, almost all of them have a backlog. I'll give you a personal humorous example of that. I got a speeding ticket in a small town in Texas, small county in North Texas, about year and a half ago. And I think these guys thought that I would just have to pay it or something, you know, whatever. And I didn't think that I was, you know, really doing that much wrong in that particular situation. So as is my right, I said, well, you know, I think I'm going to contest this. And I thought we would maybe get it, you know, figured out one way or the other within a month or 2 or 3 months. Because where I'm from in Houston area, that's in this where this happened 7 hours from me. So it's Texas is a big state. And so I thought it'd be relatively quick. So I called up my attorney. No, 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 no action, no action, no action. And basically, the courts are so backlogged, even in small communities, that they're not processing things anywhere close to on time. And in some places, it's years to even get something like a ticket or a small offense looked at. Now, imagine a bigger offense, because the bigger the offense, the bigger to use the term in a different sense, the bigger the burden, right? Prosecutors have to put together the case. I worked with a gentleman who he won his campaign, and he's now the district attorney in the community of Waco, Texas. And the county is called McClellan County. Wonderful guy, Josh Teetons. And you know, when Josh got in, I think they had like a 3 or 4 year backlog. Now that was because the previous district attorney was relatively incompetent. But even in places where you have a very competent district attorney, they don't have an endless amount of resources. And, you know, you have to look at, well, why is that? What's the root cause of that? I'm sure Jennifer would agree with this wholeheartedly, and I think most of us here would agree. But the root cause of why we have these backlogs is because we have too many damn laws. You're making a criminal of everybody for everything. And so that's the problem, is when you have so many laws, don't be shocked when you have a huge backlog of cases all over the place. And you can't get justice if you have to wait 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, and your life is twisting in the wind trying to figure out, is something going to happen or not, like these J6ers who were in isolation. You know, even if you disagree with what they did, and that's reasonable to disagree with what they did, some of them acted kind of stupid. But even if that was the case, you have to say, why would you put someone in isolation and have them twisting in the wind for years? Such a politicized case. It was all politics, had nothing to do with justice. If somebody did something wrong, go ahead and prosecute them. But damn, don't have them sit in isolation for 3 years. That's totally wrong. It doesn't matter what it is. So this is
Due
why
process as well. They were
due
denied.
process. They had no due process. And yeah, it all goes back to the fact we have so many laws. We have a regulatory state that is really an administrative state. These laws are not written by our legislators who are supposedly elected for that purpose. They are written by the regulators and the bureaucrats.
Well, and Jesse, to that point, right? We saw it with the J6ers, and then we saw it in the We Build the Wall case, that the courts were picking and choosing the evidence that was being allowed to be submitted as evidence in these court cases, right? So they were.
I don't know who's the speaker, and I apologize
Yeah,
if
shut
I'm
the
going
fuck
in.
up.
But
Excuse me, can you like shut up?
No,
Why are you
I shut him
talking?
up. Don't worry. Go right ahead.
Like, what the hell? Anyways, the courts were choosing, like, so you had evidence that would exonerate you. Who just brought this guy back up?
When I scheduled the space, it allows people up. I did it wrong, so not my
It's
fault.
okay. No, it's okay.
And he's right. I'm just gonna go ahead and say
I'm gonna say nothing.
I
brought- Knock it off, Squiddy.
I brought up Dustin, so I got now that the stage is full, I can control it. Don't anybody move.
All right, cool.
Freeze.
All right, cool. I'll let Dust talk on this. Dust, you want to talk on this? I guess this is not on stage.
I can't hear anything
He's
either,
on-
Jennifer. So, oh,
No,
there he is.
I am. I'm sorry. I was trying to share the thread. To be honest, this is one of those things that going through. It's beyond frustrating to have to fucking tell this story over and over and over again. It's one of these things. It is, from a professional standpoint, I believe, our greatest accomplishment. When you realize that we crowdfunded $25 million for a public works project. And within 6 months of the GoFundMe being launched, we built a $15 million structure on an international and state boundary. And so to wrap your head around how complex it was to be able to do what we did. And in hindsight, we obviously knew what was coming. That now, right, immigration has spiraled to the point that it can't be ignored anywhere. And thank God we're finally doing something again about it. But we had the foresight to try to get ahead of it. And we didn't just build some bullshit wall in the middle of nowhere. The place that this wall was constructed was one of the most bloody turf spots anywhere along the border because of its proximity to two urban locations, which is it's 5 minutes from downtown El Paso and it's 5 minutes from downtown Juarez. We captured on trail cams in the lead up to building in this particular spot that this was a spot that, you know, women from Brazil who were quite attractive were being trafficked because you could fly them into Juarez, you could put them in an Uber, they could walk 5 minutes over the border, get in an Uber on the US side and be gone inside the United States in minutes. And shutting this particular spot down is something that undoubtedly prevented tons of human and drug trafficking and all kinds of other terrible stuff. Like it's something that we should be incredibly proud of, and that was sadly taken away from us as an achievement and as an accomplishment. I think that was largely the point. The other thing that I want to say, like, to this project in particular, there were so many haters from both sides, right? And one of the things that I don't think people understand now is that, yes, the left absolutely came after us, like nonstop, just headline after headline. But so too did a lot of people that you think are border advocates, because they would come to us with their fucking hands out, right? Like, oh my God, you raised 25 million. Give me $1 million to fund my fucking blah, 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 blah. And my stock answer was go fuck yourself, which, you know, I probably could always be a little bit more political, but generally.
No. You were right.
Right. But generally speaking, and those people also joined the chorus of attacking us relentlessly. So we were being attacked from both the left and the right. And everybody outside of like our crew said that it was impossible. And not only did we accomplish what we accomplished, which is seriously, it's a engineering marvel. We brought in we brought in the contractors who built the Israeli wall. Our wall prototype and our contractor, who has patents on like the particular way that the wall is constructed. Um, the contractor, Fisher Industries, had never received $1 in border security government funding or contracts. And our prototype is the prototype and wall that President Trump chose to award nearly $6 billion to construct across basically the entire border, because it was that well designed and well done. And excuse me, that was freaking awesome. And the thing about it, and I've obviously had a ton of time to reflect. If you guys go up, I did a thread. I realize now that all the places that I say there were videos, there was some kind of loading issue, and there aren't the videos. So I'm gonna have to go through and redo the thread at some point. It's a lot, but go see what we did. Imagine how fast you have to move to do what we did. Because it wasn't just the construction of the wall, by the way. It was, we had town hall events in Tucson, Phoenix, Detroit, Cleveland, I think, somewhere in Ohio. The number of times that I pushed Brian Colfage in his wheelchair through like dangerous terrain on the border, like literal, like, you know, deer tracks, deer trails, animal trails. I'm wheeling Brian in his wheelchair around as we are scouting potential places to construct this thing. And against all odds, because make no mistake, that bigger than us, this was a thing that God calls you to do that you know is impossible, right? Like that based on your own capacity as a human, you're like, there's no way we're ever going to be able to do this. But God calls you to do it and you do it. Like when you're called to do something, you answer that call. And somehow obstacles just melt away, because to God, they're not obstacles at all. They're laughable. But to us, they were insurmountable. And to get it done, and then to move on. Like we had reached a point in politics that we were totally burnt out of doing things like, right, working for candidates and all the other stuff. You guys have all been around when I've gotten blackpilled. I'm like, I just can't deal with the fucking Speaker No Johnsons. Actually, I'm sorry. I call him Speaker Micro Johnson now. He's graduated.
Oh, is
so,
he
right?
growing a little Johnson?
Yeah, he's Speaker Micro Johnson, but if he's not good, I'll be back to Speaker Mike Hunt, like real
He'll
fast,
shrivel
real
back up.
fucking fast. Right, but we'll give him. Trump seems to like him. We'll give him Micro Johnson for now. But to walk away and to like when we etched our names into the initial concrete pour, and you could see in like the initial video, that's the night that we were actually building. And the last thing I'll say, from a tactical and strategic perspective, it might be the most brilliant thing I've ever done or been involved in putting together the plan. So you can imagine we raised all this money and the media is attacking us and the right's attacking us. And every douchebag grifter on the right is coming to us with their hands out, right? Like absolute insanity. And we know that they will do anything to prevent us from succeeding, because they're invested now, because they've told everybody that it could possibly be accomplished. And so we had to move fast because we had to catch them by surprise. And we also knew that they would send their pink-haired retards out to like handcuff themselves and chain themselves to our fucking machinery and stuff if there was like any advance notice. So when we rolled out, we had like fake teams at different sites in order to like make them think like right, like keep their like retard activists like ready to go in the wrong, like in Arizona instead of in Sunland Park. And we made the call that we were going to do it. Um, so we started to bring the heavy machinery in, but we couldn't tip people off. So we got these giant, like military camouflage, like tarp covers for the equipment. And part of the contracts were that they were only allowed to deliver the heavy machinery. I think it was like we had like 19 or 20 like giant pieces of machinery, right? The giant tractors and um, cranes, all that good stuff. So, but they could only be delivered between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. And we would hide them behind the mountain underneath the tarps, right? So that like you could not see the because you could see the spot where we built. You could actually see our wall from the I-10, yeah, the I-10, right as you're like 5 minutes outside of El Paso. It's freaking awesome. So we'd have them deliver like in the darkness of night. And the one thing that the lawyers told us that we couldn't avoid, which is, right, like there were several things that if you did not do, it was a fine, right? Like, you know, oh, you didn't get the this local permit, you'll have to pay a $800 fine or whatever. We're billing $15 million. We don't give a fuck about paying an $800 fine. But the one thing that absolutely could not be avoided was that the local building inspector had to witness and sign off on the original concrete pour. Right? So like literally if you don't do that, then it's on you to have to tear this thing down and there's no getting around it, right? And we have paid so much in fucking lawyers' fees, it was retarded. But so the thought was this. We'd call the building inspector out late in the afternoon on Friday of Memorial Day weekend. And right, with the thought being that like this dude wants to go like fucking boating and have a barbecue and doesn't want to deal with a bunch of like fucking extra hassle and bullshit. And we had, and it's funny because you can see some of the pictures where me and Jen are like hand shoveling like for the wall. Right? Like believe me, like we were not actually digging the trenches. But when we brought him out, I literally had a wheelbarrow full of concrete, like hand mixed concrete that we used to start pouring, right? So that he could witness the initial pour. And you could tell that he could sense a little bit there was something not right, like something was not, but fuck it, it's Friday, it's Memorial Day weekend. He signs the paper, and like before the ink's dry, right? Like the whistle goes out, and these cranes and giant tractors come out from behind the mountain, and the crews worked 24 hours a day all weekend through Memorial Day weekend, so that on Tuesday morning, when the world woke up, the wall was like 92% completed. And oh my God, did they freak out because we beat them and we'd done it. And that wall is so sturdy. I mean, to give you some of the specs, the steel bollards are reinforced with rebar on the inside, and then high pressure concrete, right? Like we shoot with high pressure concrete down in to fill the 6-inch steel with rebar reinforced high pressure concrete. They go 18 inches, or I'm sorry, no, they stand about 20 feet tall, like each bollard. And I want to say that they go like 6 or 7 feet down into the ground. They are equipped with seismic monitoring, like anti-tunneling technology. We brought forward the anti-climbing panels at the top. We built a road for Border Patrol to be able to like work that segment of wall. when they asked if we could provide internet out there because they couldn't get good internet service, we ran fiber cable and set them up with all of the most advanced technology. Um, it's truly like one of the coolest things ever to like have been on this insane journey. And so to these legal charges. So number one, why were they brought in New York? So, right, like the first and I think most obvious thing that people should consider when they look at these charges is the fuck does New York have to do with any of this? We filed the corporation in Florida. The wall was built, well, the first segment of wall, which is the one that I was most active on, was built in New Mexico, right at the border of New Mexico, Texas, and Mexico. We did town halls in Arizona, Ohio, Michigan. We traveled across like all of the border states. Not once did we ever set foot in the shithole state of New York. Not once. And why did they bring charges in New York? Well, they say that there were donors to the wall from New York who could have been defrauded. Except there's one big problem. And this is the thing to me that like really rings true because I've as somebody who wasn't indicted, right? So when Jen and I got raided, we weren't indicted. We were very, very clear the entire time that we were doing the project that we would take a salary and that salary would be commensurate and meet like standard marketing rate, like standard rates for, or I'm sorry, industry standards for the positions that we held. Jen as PR director, myself as vice president of, I want to say marketing and voting board member, one of three. And so we were never indicted. And so I took it upon myself to stay in touch with the donors, right? The people who had given, because we did have some people who gave 50,000 and 20,000, and a bunch of people who gave 10 to 25,000, and a bunch of people who gave 1,000 or 500. Jen and I have traveled this country nonstop since then, with the March for Trump tour, all the other stuff. I have not met, and I mean this sincerely, not one, literally not one person who donated to the wall, like an actual real life person who gave money, who thought that they were defrauded. In fact, the people who gave money overwhelmingly think that we are fucking heroes who were way ahead of our time for taking this project on and getting it done and getting it built. And it's wild to me that they were able to bring these charges in New York and never produce a single verified donor. They claim in the first Timothy Shea trial, which ended in mistrial, they brought forward two people who claimed to have given a total of less than $50. That's not $50 each. One of them claimed to have made a $15 donation, which was never verified, and we couldn't find that person in our database. And one of them claimed to give $25. So you're telling me that those people, $40 out of the 25 million that was raised, both which could not be verified as real donors, was enough to warrant tens of millions of dollars in the investigation and prosecution. We would find out later, of course, that we had been put under FISA warrants, basically long before we had ever constructed the wall. Rise of the project had launched. They'd kept us under constant, basically 24-hour digital and physical surveillance for nearly 18 months. And it's the perfect example of how the left and George Soros weaponized one of our branches of government to go after people. And I truly believe that our greatest sin is less about immigration and more about Doge. And what I mean by that is that the thing that I think really threatened them isn't that we built the wall. I don't think they didn't like that. But I don't think they would have gone after us if we had just done it normally. The big threat was that we showed that you could build wall from voluntary contributions for a fraction of what the government said it would cost to be able to do. And that, like that, if people realized how much money is stolen from us and how little we get back in return, this was an example that couldn't be ignored. And I think the crowdfunding of public works was the threat that pushed them to go to these extreme measures with all of the different lawfare. So it's kind of the long and short of it. I hope you guys will go through the thread. At some point, I'll go through. We've got all the videos and other stuff. The what's funny, all of these high, expensive produced videos that we did, the video that by far got the most views was a video as we were putting the first bollard panel up. I did a video, it's like 23 or 30 seconds, where I just tell the haters to suck my balls. And it legitimately got something like 10 million views. Very proud of it. Suck my balls was probably the most viral of, like, just tell the haters to suck my dick was like the best of all of it. So.
He also had a handle of Devil's Cut Jim Beam in his hand as he was doing the Stone Cold Suck It sign from the 90s.
I love it. So let me ask you this. How is it that they can ask for like that obscene amount of money for restitution when in fact, like the people that supposedly got defrauded are claiming less than $50?
Well, that's always been one of the most disgusting elements of the whole thing. Right. And by the way, it's the thing that makes me more irate than anything. The New York Times article today, for example, right? Like took money to build the wall that was never built. Actually, like it's fucking there and it is undeniable. The patents, it's funny because remember we had like one of these border journalists come in here one time and try to challenge me on this. Be like, oh no, like I don't know that was Trump's prototype. Like, oh yeah, how much money did Tommy Fisher and Fisher Industries get in border contracts before? How many patents does he hold for the construction of the wall? Were those patents used on the construction of the $6 billion Trump wall? Yes, 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 and yes. Victory is mine. Shut your fucking mouth.
Well, and there's also one important element of that $50 donors that isn't like that we haven't brought up yet is the one that gave, I believe, $25 or $30. I have a screenshot from when the original GoFundMe was going viral. And that person literally said, I'm giving $25 so I can bring a lawsuit later against these people for frauding everyone. So you're telling me that guy who literally I have the tweet that says I'm giving money so I can bring a lawsuit when they don't build the wall. That's your cornerstone witness. Like, are you joking me? And they wouldn't even let us enter that tweet into evidence.
Wait, it was Puffy Nips? So Puffy Nips, it was the fucking bitch made motherfucker? Are you sure?
The one who dressed up like a sailor? Yeah, that was one of their key witnesses.
No, that's a different guy.
Okay, so you had the journalist who has the tweet that says I'm giving $25 or $30 in order to bring lawsuit, and then you had Puffy, the other guy.
No. You got a couple. It's cutting hairs, but you got a couple different people mixed up there.
Real quick, Dustin, that's one of the things that I had a space like a couple weeks ago, maybe like a month back, with Jeff from Cali, and he I was sharing out the stuff to get Ryan Colfash his pardon. So because the way the just it's heartbreaking what he's had to go through. And from my understanding, he's gotten that underway, hopefully. But one of the things that I did point out is the government doesn't like competition, especially when the competition exposes how ill-efficient and wasteful our federal government is. So when you make them look dumb and stupid and you get it done more efficiently, better quality, it's the private sector versus the federal government, and that's the thing. They don't like being made look bad because they get their cut through their cousin or whoever, and they make sure that the contracts go out to their beneficiaries, and then they get 10% for the big guy sort of deal. That's how these people work, and it's absolutely disgusting what they've done.
That was one of the major things, and this is something that Dustin points out often, right? It's two parts. One part is up until that we build the wall, right? Or Donald Trump started building wall. How much money had been allocated by the United States government towards building a wall that never got built? First of all. Second of all, because our segment, right, was 3/4 of a mile, we can then capitulate out, take the entire border and do our segment, and we got a true number of how much an entire all encompassing border wall would be to build on the southern border. And that's something that, Dust, go ahead and talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, right, we built in the most difficult possible place the Army Corps of Engineers said that couldn't be built. We had to move 250,000 cubic yards of earth to be like just in leveling in order to be able to like construct the barrier. But it's not like we're building the Taj Mahal, right? Like building a border barrier, not like rocket science. And even if you paid our rate across the entire wall, you were looking at, I want to say the total price tag was like less than 20 billion. I'd have to go back and like check the numbers. And they've allocated nearly $1 trillion to building border barrier over the course of the last 20 years. Nearly $1 trillion, like $980 billion. Where'd all that money go? Well, now we're finding out exactly where it went. Like those makes it very clear.
Yeah, I think Elon is definitely public enemy number one right now with them. And I mean, we're seeing it all over the place, right? I mean, they're just losing their ever loving minds and trying to convince us that it's our private information that Elon is looking at. Like, I don't even know how they get away with that argument.
Well, yeah. So to Jen's point about how much money, has been wasted not building, border barrier or quote unquote closing the border. This all goes back to the Simpson-Mazzoli Act of 1986, and Reagan made a deal where he would give amnesty to a group of people, and in return, there would never be another amnesty, and that the southern border would be closed. And in the interim, from 1986 until Donald Trump became president, nobody had done anything to make a significant effort to enforce that. And what we just witnessed over the last 3 weeks, we saw a 95% reduction in border crossings in 3 weeks. And what we had been told under oath by the Secretary of Homeland Security was a secure border.
Would that be Mayorkas?
Yeah, the impeached former Homeland Security Director. Yeah, and I think that on this restitution thing, I'm not sure that there's not recourse that's going to be available for that, because you've got a new U.S. attorney in New York, and that U.S. attorney has got all the power to do whatever they want to do. And
well, you know what's funny about that, Chris? Which is, if the donors were defrauded, shouldn't the money be returned to the donors? And what's funny is, if you gave the money back to the donors, I bet you most of them would turn around and give it right back to us to go do whatever project we want to do. Like, not only did they not feel defrauded, right? Like, I have no doubt our biggest supporters are often people who know what we accomplished by getting that project done.
well, on top of that, you I'm just some dipshit living in Northern Virginia, okay? And at the time, I watched a lot of TV news and Sunday shows.
Hi,
And
this
all
is
this
Jennifer
stuff.
Lawrence with Dustin Stockton,
And
who is the co-founder of
I
Legal the
got to
Ball.
be
And
honest
Dustin,
with
we
you,
had so
aside
many
from the
naysayers and
fundraising
people said
aspect
you
of it,
couldn't do
which
it, but we did it. What does this mean?
Forget the naysayers. The people who matter, the people who believed in us.
that the media paid any attention to the story at all.
They didn't. They absolutely didn't, Chris. And to make it even worse, right? So we raised the money, right? And then we quickly find out that like Congress will not accept it because they can't earmark it. Oh, but don't worry, Jim Jordan and those boys, they got their own program that they want us to give our $20 million to. Okay. And we were like, no, we think we'll try and do it our way first, right? So we go back and we go to GoFundMe and we're like, okay, we've come up with this plan. We're going to form a 501c3 or 4, I can't remember, right? And we are going to go and find private land on private land with a private construction crew, and we're just going to do it ourselves, right? And they were like, yeah, no. We're actually just going to refund the money. Right. And this is something I'm going to let Dust talk on it because this was something he was like intricately involved in. Go ahead, Dust.
Yeah, so right, and again, we negotiated it out with GoFundMe. We had to raise the money a second time, but the ultimate point is that we showed what you can do if you just decide to do something, and we're seeing that at a much grander scale now with the second Trump administration. The things that we've been told by do nothing, soulless, sellout politicians as being quote unquote impossible literally can be done by a group of ragtag Americans who just set their mind to getting some shit done on 1,000 different issues. And you guys have all heard, like, the core of my message when I'm at my best is like, don't ask for permission, just go build the future you want to live. Go, right? Like that, you don't need the government is just an impediment to getting stuff done. We're watching all of these things that were said to be impossible just get knocked down one after another in weeks. And it's the same thing we did with the border barrier. And the shittiest thing about it is that for me, and again, from a legal perspective. So I offered myself to go testify on behalf of Steve. And right, it was not without serious trepidation and concern, especially when Judge Merchant was the fucking judge. Now think about the time frame to raise that much money, the thousands of media requests that we took in and did, the actual like construction, the strategizing, writing the bylaws of the organization, the initial board meetings, the recording of those meetings, the town halls, the outreach to the angel families, the forming of the advisory board and the board of directors, and all of that in the course of like 5 or 6 months. Now, they drug this out. Steve was scheduled to be tried in March. Imagine how like terrifying it would be to have to go into New York and under threat of perjury, which my guess is it wouldn't have mattered, right? Like they were not going to like what I had to say because I would have testified that Steve Bannon, not only did he not defraud anybody, he was by far the single largest contributor, by far. And imagine though, having done all this media, all of these different interviews, all of these different appearances, constructing the wall, all of the like chaos. I mean, it was some of the fastest moving months of my life, and I go fucking fast. Like just as a general rule, I go fast. This was like, well, like from Spaceballs, like ludicrous speed, right? Like just absolutely buck wild, like right, like just go, 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 go. Now imagine having to go like offer yourself up to court in hostile territory with a hostile judge and a hostile jury, and because it's the right thing to do, and somebody has to go and speak the truth to what actually happened. But then knowing that on cross-examination that you are on the hook for remembering every detail of every conversation that you had 5 years ago, and you better not screw it up because like they love nothing more than to send another message of what happens when you stand up for somebody who's being persecuted.
Well, so to
Dustin,
that,
can I ask a
can-
question of Dustin real quick?
yeah, can I just if while he's asking the question, if everybody can look up in the nest, Jeff from Cali, who was our videographer for We Build the Wall, the prison is now retaliating on Brian Colfage. He's saying that the prison officials have screwed up and they are cutting off of his email for a month. And that's how Brian's sole way to communicate with the outside world. So that's currently happening. Go ahead, whoever wanted to ask the question.
Yeah, this is Jess. Well, that's nuts. I mean, I think this idea of solitary confinement, you know, if we've learned anything from J6, I think the chief lesson should be that we need prison reform desperately. I think that the J6ers would agree with that in general. The ones I've talked to, that's the thing they want to come out of this is that we get prison reform. It's just unfortunate what is happening to people when they're literally confined solitarily. They can't talk to family, they can't do anything, can't make calls. It's ridiculous and it's cruel. So I have two questions, Dustin. First of all, I've never been in one of y'all spaces. I'm vaguely familiar with the project. I mean, I know about as much about it as anybody else. I'm 100% MAGA guy. I'm also a consultant, and I've worked in this world to some extent, and I've worked in nonprofits. As I mentioned when I came into this space, I've worked in public policy, although I don't do a lot of campaigns anymore. So I have two questions that are completely different in nature. And I'm not in any way being critical asking these questions because I know that sometimes people would say, oh, you ask a question, you're being critical. No. Trust me, that's not me. But I have recently run into some situations where I've seen some people actually playing fast and loose with organizations in the MAGA movement. And it makes me concerned. And so I think that, you know, that's something that you guys obviously went through a lot of hoops to get it right. So question one actually is, what do you guys want to accomplish, like not just with this space, but what would you want, I guess, for the MAGA movement? What would you want average, ordinary, conservative Americans to understand about the project, about what you guys accomplished? I mean, you've obviously articulated what you accomplished, and I'm familiar with that already, but what do you want out of this, if that makes sense? That's question one. And then I'm gonna have to go in a few seconds and I'll have another question for you, briefly follow up, but a different kind of question. But if you don't mind, just so I can understand, maybe, because look, I'm always willing to help folks that are, you know, doing something right. And I have my own networks. I'm just curious what you guys want to accomplish or what you want folks to know about.
Well, I mean, number one, the wall got built, like that one of the most, I think, insidious things about this is like the tone of the media towards our donors has been mockery that Steve Bannon stole your money, that right you were scammed and you were grifted. The truth of the matter is we didn't like I got to play a leadership role and that was amazing. But 350,000 individual donors came together and accomplished something truly historic and something that obviously now in hindsight was really, really important to get out ahead of and start doing when we did it. Those donors should know that what they gave, and I believe that they overwhelmingly do, by the way, but that most importantly, for the donors, right, that there are still worthwhile projects, and this is one that you absolutely have ownership of, and you deserve to be proud of what we accomplished together.
I think that's a worthy goal, and you know, I'm not saying that I'm the person for this. I do have a marketing agency, but my just generalized recommendation, not asked for, is that I think you guys, and I think there is a couple of these things, but I think y'all need to produce a little mini documentary that really dives into this and does it in the current context, because I think most of what people are going to hear about is the negative of the Bannon case. And I think that that's unfair to what you guys did accomplish. Okay, the second question is a very different question. And again, there's no criticism here in the slightest. I don't know enough to criticize. And I don't think you guys made the same mistakes as others. But just as a background here, I am often contacted by people who ask me to help run their political campaign or be involved in an organization or whatever because of my own networks. And I don't usually say yes. Recently, I encountered several situations. I'm not going to say even the slightest hint of where. Several situations where I saw that MAGA organizations were being run, unfortunately, kind of fast and loose, where there were some real problems. And obviously, you guys did a lot more groundwork than the majority of folks. I guess just generally, I agree with you on building fast, especially in business. With nonprofit and political matters, I do think it's always wise to take a moment to pause and try to make sure things are organized. I know y'all, again, I think y'all did that. But just in retrospect, what do you feel like were some of the things that maybe could have been done better? Like, what would you have done a little bit differently? Obviously, not saying, oh, it was all a sham, bad deal or whatever, but like, do you feel like there were some things that you guys could have done a little bit more so that anybody wanting to do another nonprofit or an organization in the future would be like, okay, I want to learn from the lessons. Does that make sense? Again, not asked critically, I promise you.
So just to lay it out for you, I filed a declarative judgment in order to seek clarification after Citizens United that resulted in the creation of hybrid packs. We hired not just one, we hired Barnes and Thornburg, a white shoe, incredibly expensive legal firm to file the incorporation paperwork. And then further, now in retrospect, this was dumb, but we also hired the former and now current Attorney General of Kansas, who is a fucking scumbag piece of shit, Chris Kobach, to manage legal. We knew that we were going to be under a microscope. And for me, the thing that like really, I don't know exactly what I would have done to do this, but Brian Colfage in particular, this man is a triple amputee, took a direct mortar while serving our country overseas. And he has this idea, and it goes, it's one of those lightning in a bottle deals where it goes nuclear viral, right? 3 billion hits on the GoFundMe page in 2 weeks. 3 billion hits, right? Like I've been involved in a lot of crazy viral moments, nothing like that. And I wrote the bylaws and or edited or right like when we were constructing it. I specifically wrote them to protect Brian. And because as a civilian who, right, he did not have, and right, because of my similar work in campaigns and C4s, I was very familiar with that kind of stuff. I also had a strong root in politics. I know senators and congressmen and presidential candidates, right? I have a network. Brian did not have all that stuff. He just had a heart of fucking service, an absolute heart of service. And it was designed that Brian did not have authority to spend money to anything without sign off on both the general counsel and the legal firm. So we in the bylaws had incorporated these protections for Brian, but it ended up not being enough. And Brian ended up making money, right? So just to be clear, like how Brian, right, would sometimes say things that we would have, well, I should say often would say things the next day we'd have to walk back, right? No one's gonna silence him. He took a mortar, lost 3 of his limbs for our country. That dude will say whatever the freak he wants. He does not give an F. It's one of the things I absolutely adore about him. And so the some of the statements about he would never make a penny, that he would never take a dime, right? I was always in disagreement with making ultimatum statements like that. And right, like
I totally, and I think having been in this world, I agree with you. You're right, and that's why.
Let me finish,
yeah.
man. Let me finish because there's one more critical part here, right? Which is number one, like the over the top statements, but Brian should have been protected because in his position, what more could you ask of somebody to do except to get the former chief strategist of the White House, Steve Bannon, to get the largest recipient of government contractors of all time, Eric Prince? Like, who else was Brian supposed to seek out in order to accomplish this in a way that was legal and would work than what he did? And so if there's one thing that I have a lot of remorse about, it's that somehow the rest of us knew what we were signing up for. Brian Colfage does not deserve this.
Well, Dustin, I have to run, but I just want to say very briefly, I could not agree with you more that Brian is an American hero. I think it's so sad that he's been drugged through the mud like this. I think it's sad that Steve has him. Steve's an attorney, of course, as everybody knows. So I think the big lesson that I guess I would want to make a point of, and I think you would agree with this, Dustin, is, you know, even when you're dealing with Republicans, guys, if you want to go out and do this kind of stuff, please do it. Get an idea, go viral, go crazy. But my goodness gracious, make sure that you've got those bounds set where you know everybody kind of knows what their job is. And because unfortunately, there's people that are always going to try and destroy really great ideas. And Dustin, I'm sure you would agree with that. But anyway, thank you for answering those questions, man. I
2
appreciate
points
it.
of clarification, real quick. Steve isn't an attorney. Steve's not an attorney. And also, when Brian Colfage.
I'm sorry, I thought he had a law
no,
degree.
it's okay. And then when he Goldman Sachs. When Brian Colfage made these statements, he would take large doses of like pills at night because he got 3 limbs blown off. So like we knew when Brian took his medicine because he was out there freaking calling people out like a freaking hero, right? But you know, sometimes the medicine got the best of him.
I guess that's one more good point I'll bring up to the Steve stuff, or anybody who is wondering why he might have taken a plea bargain. Because this wasn't something I'd ever had really any real experience with. When Timothy Shea took it to trial, it was flabbergasting how little evidence he was allowed to present as part of the case. Like fucking flabbergasted. When you get stuck in one of these positions, right? Like when they get to control what's presented. It's completely fucked. So right, just keep that in mind as well. But
Is that legal?
I that so my and everybody in here, especially all the American Mission fan know, like just be really careful with your words. Don't give ultimatums. Don't commit to things that you can't commit to. And just right, like just be cautious with how you present and just know the bigger what you're trying to achieve, the harder they're going to come after you to stop it. And right, like I the thing is, this was so fucking ridiculous though, right? The jurisdiction, the charges, the lack of quote unquote victims, like all of it. Like the whole thing is so blatantly right. The raids right before the election, the same time that they went after the NRA and a bunch of pro-life groups, right? Like clearly, this was political lawfare, and it wouldn't have mattered if like we had resurrected Jesus Christ himself, who had blessed every decision that the board had cast. Letitia James's fat fucking ghetto bitch ass and fat Alvin Bragg still would have found an excuse to come after us. There's no doubt about that.
Well, and remember, they did not use the FBI, right? It was not the FBI who raided us, and the way the raids were carried out was like completely suspect, right? Like Dustin had to get out of them who they were, right? He started listening, like, "Are you Vegas Metro? No. Are you like state troopers? No. Are you FBI? No. Oh, we're the United States Postal Service driven in from New York. Like, wait, what? Here I am, a New Yorker, born and raised New Yorker, and I'm getting raided in the middle of the Nevada desert by the New York court system. Like, what movie are we living in right now? Like, it totally, like, there are no words. And they
Whose
took our
idea
damn
was it
cell
to give
phones.
postal workers a gun?
Well, and they took our cell phones, right? Like, and you had us under surveillance the whole time.
Hash, it was Obama. Only Obama could be that retarded. Like, haven't you heard of going postal?
And that beckon calls, like, you know, to like how tyrannical the government was going toward, you know, like that this is the United States Postal Office. The mailman is coming to fucking kick in your door. Like, what the hell is that? The mailman from a different state. Now, imagine they wanted to arm the IRS too. Like, what kind of crap tyranny are we heading toward?
Make no mistake. The IRS has all of the government agencies have these like SWAT forces now. Like that was an Obama thing that was pushed across the board. But what's funny and right, the docu-series on all this shit's gonna be crazy. And it's already in the works, like it's good news. But remember that Jen and our response, which I think is the only reasonable response, was to like lead the March for Trump, which right, like post-election, be like, we know it's stolen because you fucking raided us. And we know what you did, like to lead people to DC 3 separate times in the 2 national bus tours, right? Like where truly you don't know how you will respond to this stuff until it happens to you. Like right when you come under that kind of pressure. You know how proud I am of me and Jen that we took the motherfucking Trump bus to the wall. And I started my speech that day with, I want my lawyers to put their earmuffs on because they're not going to like, I'm not supposed to be saying this. And then, no joke, I got off the stage and my lawyers called and fired me. And right, actually, I guess I could say this now. That's the first time I've been able to say this part. So after the raid, I consulted with every lawyer I know, like literally dozens of lawyers. And they all said it was so weird. The case was such utter horseshit that like most of them had different opinions on how we should deal with it. And every single one though said that the one thing that you absolutely cannot do is just tell them to pound sand and stop responding to them. And you know what Jen and I did? We told them to pound, literally to pound fucking sand. And we did not turn over one document. Right? Obviously, they had it all with the FISA warrants, we would later learn. But we never even gave an interview to the SDNY. We just fucking completely stonewalled them. And the only reason, right? I again, it's crazy because I haven't been like, right? Like, it's one of those things that like it's so taboo. Like, you can't ignore a federal subpoena. It's like, that's impossible. Well, you know that the case, like, right, it just further reinforces that the case was never legitimate, that they let us get away with that. But we were fearful, literally for the last like 5 years, because we had refused to comply. And by the way, when you get the federal subpoena, right, it says, we command you. I'm like, who the fuck do you? I'm an American. Who the fuck are you to command me with fucking anything, you New York faggots? Like, I ain't fucking playing your shit. It fucking bent. And we did. We literally, it's like, I did end up we did a phone interview with the Manhattan DA. And in it, I say that Bannon's the largest donor and the lawyers are the fucking real scumbags. They're the ones who took hundreds of thousands of dollars of donor money. No one else did. The donor money was absolutely sacrosanct and the project got done. But why are you going, like, why would you go after triple amputee war hero Brian Colfage and not these scumbag lawyers who did us dirty? And by the way, after the charges were nowhere, after taking millions of dollars, after like the whole world fucking blows up around us, they're nowhere to be found. Fucking bastard.
Didn't he also like petition the courts to get some more money? Didn't Jen tell me something like that?
Oh my god. I don't want to get into it. I'm gonna blow a fucking gasket if I do. But just know, right? I'll actually I'll say it this way. Somebody was like, "Oh my god, Dustin, did you hear? The Attorney General of Kansas is suing Pfizer." That he never fucking wins any of his fucking court cases ever. Every client he's ever had is like, fuck, this guy fucked everything up legally. So like, I assume that Pfizer was like, yeah, let's get him to fucking sue us. He'll fuck it all up.
Maybe he's a plant, you know?
Don't even get me started because, like I said, when this happened, I was like, I want to know who all these motherfuckers are. So I started digging. And when I started digging on Chris Kobach and what I found, okay, don't bring his name up to me. Don't tell me what he's doing. I don't care if that motherfucker is walking on water. Fuck him. Right? Like, literally, I don't give a shit. That man is evil. And I can prove it to you, but won't go there. But yes, Dustin and I did tell the SDNY to pound fucking sand. And now you can't come after me, motherfuckers. Fuck you.
This is a healing space.
By the way, I will repeat what my lawyers, all of them, said to me. You cannot tell a federal, like when you get federal subpoena, like to suck your balls. Right? So like, not recommended. And by the way, lots of like anxiety and like, I assumed that we would get rated again for not complying, and honestly didn't really give a fuck because fuck them, right? Like what when I had time to process what was in the indictment, there were several things in the indictment that I knew right off the bat to be 100% false. Like right out of the gate, like blatant right there.
Sorry.
Don't worry, I got it on lock.
Well, I really appreciate you guys coming in and giving your story out to everyone, and it's so relevant to Article 4, talking about the relations of the states and the fact that the relationship between the states and the federal government. So having that real world experience has been rewarding.
Well, and Kim, I out. So in the original indictment or the original subpoena that they gave us, right, when they raided us, it not only did it say, we command you, like, okay, cool, right? But in there it said, you must over every communication, text message, email, audio text, freaking chat message, WhatsApp, everything ever had with Sin going back more than 10 years. They wanted all the 2016 stuff. They wanted all the Breitbart stuff where we communicated with Steve. So not only did they want We Build the Wall stuff since 2019 or 2018, they wanted all of the information for what happened during the 2016 election in Breitbart.
Well, what that says, you guys, like, it's not something I like to dwell on. Like, honestly, it's one of those things I'm happy to have survived, but
So we're
people
not
who
going to
did
go the
this-
retribution route?
well, the people who did this are fucking evil. And if they had been allowed to win again in 24, like, we know what they would have done because they did it to a bunch of us. And it wasn't just us. It was, right, like I said, the NRA had this happen to them. A bunch of the pro-life groups had it happen to them. The Democrats, this is not something where, like, take offense to the Eric Erickson douchebaggeries who are like, oh, you guys, we should just we should go, we should not stoop to their, if we don't stomp out these fucking criminals, the next time they gain power, they will do what they did to us and much, much worse at a much larger scale. It has to be ruthlessly and mercilessly stomped out root and stem.
Now or never.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, and that kind of gets to what we've been looking at, as far as what they're doing to Elon, right? Where these judges are putting in these, cease and desist and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay, how, the president is the commander in chief, and he has, sort of that supreme power as far as that's concerned. I just don't understand how, like, these judges are able to stop him. And that's the kind of the question, like, is that constitutional? Like,
Go ahead, Dustin. I'm sorry.
Dustin.
All right, go ahead, Chris, until Dustin gets back.
Oh, I thought he was trying to start speaking. That's why I shut up.
No, it's the space is glitching really bad too.
Oh, all right. So an executive order is not a law, but it holds the force of law, and it can be.
He's well within his rights to have Elon doing that.
It can be questioned by the court, but there's got to be due process. And what's happening is that they're they're doing these temporary restraining orders to prevent him from moving forward with most of these things. A couple of these things they completely ruled against him on administrative grounds, administrative law grounds. But he can frustrate the court because he has the power of the pen and he has the bully pulpit. So he can just he can churn out executive orders as many
change one word
as many as he wants, and you know, these judges are not, you know, they're going to get to a point where they're going to realize that it doesn't make any difference what I do. He's just going to continue to do it. And he's not going to be impeached because guess who's in charge? And the Speaker of the House all came out tonight or this afternoon and said, uh, we're happy that Elon Musk is doing what he's doing.
He was
because,
giddy like a schoolgirl.
and because when the Congress, okay, the Congress who referred charges against Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon to be prosecuted by dickhead Merrick Garland. And yes, you know, this is a recorded space, and I apologize to children that might listen to this later.
We're way beyond that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the swear jar's broken.
All right. You know, these people, when the Republicans who are in Congress request information from these agencies to find out about some of these things, and I'm not going to sit here and have some kind of you know, rose-colored glass moment where I believe that you know the system is not kicking money back to both sides in big bucks, but these people are not being responsive to the Congress. They're not turning over records. They're not turning over anything, and nobody's being held accountable. And so this is the first time in literally generations that any of these people have been scrutinized in any way. I mean, USAID has operated basically unscathed since
Unfettered.
John Kennedy formed it in 1961.
Well, then he was like, it was formed in 1961, and then he was killed in 1963. So yeah, it's basically had, you know, been parentless.
Yeah, and then, you know, the CIA took it over then. So it, yeah, I think that
quite a time to be alive, right, Chris?
What needs to happen is that Speaker Johnson needs to look at some of these executive orders, and the White House counsel and whoever the congressional liaison is at the White House all need to get together, and they need to craft legislation to present to Congress to codify this stuff into law. You know, these
and remove
these
at least 100,
and you know, prevent these federal courts from running roughshod, because they can pass these in both the House and the Senate, and the president will sign them into law, and then the courts are going to be really, yeah, and then at that point somebody is going to have to be a damaged party in order to bring a suit for the courts to be able to do what they're doing now once it's codified in the law. But all these executive orders at some point before the next Congress, if they haven't run their course in their effectiveness in whatever they're designed to do, they need to be turned into statutes, so that the Democrats, in order to undo them, have to pass new laws, not just, you know, whoever the next dickhead Democrat president might be, sit down and you know, sign a bunch of executive orders to get rid of it. I think that Trump has made probably the biggest statement of any president in the history of our country, with 200 executive orders in within a day and a half. And these people's heads are still swimming. They're not, and he keeps churning them out. And I think that the courts, uh, at least the lower courts, they don't care. They'll find somebody that will be able to do this. But once it starts going up the chain and you get to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court doesn't want to get involved in this pissing contest between the White House and the Congress. It's a political thing, and they don't want to be involved in. So unless it's something that is blatantly in violation of the Constitution, they're not even going to look at it.
I've looked at a lot of it, and there's been a lot of blatant unconstitutional things going on over the past 60 or whatever.
I was
80
going to say
years,
that.
you
Hey,
know?
Rusty. I was going to say that, Adam. I was like, yeah, I mean, how many unconstitutional things have they done blatant that need some answering for? Like, we've got to, as the American citizens, hold them to account. Like, we've got to stay on them. Like, we're not going to forget about this. Just like with the whole stealing of the money, right? Like, if you don't talk to a Democrat, like, and say, hey, what do you think about them stealing all our money? Are you into that?
Well, the citizens of I think that you find maybe the Attorney General of Montana, maybe, I guess, or Wyoming, or
Yeah.
or some state like that, and you get them to like get maybe maybe Tish James did something that affected some citizen in Wyoming or in Montana, and then drag her ass across state lines, because you sat down in front of a grand jury and said that she is Lucifer in drag, and just put throw her ass and give her a choice. Say, hey, you got this plea agreement. You can either take this plea agreement or you're going to have 50 years in jail. What do you want to do? And just give these people their medicine back. I mean, they deserve to see some of that, because they're not going to be going out of office in New York unless they're term limited, and or they are brought up on federal charges, which I think, based on
There you go. That's much better remedy.
Today is that they're going to look into the spending of federal dollars inside of Alvin Bragg's office and Letitia James' office, and find out whether or not they abused their power using federal tax dollars. And if they did,
Go ahead, Chris.
Katie barred the door. They need to be thrown under the jail.
So Rusty's been trying.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, sorry. I was and I came in on the tail end when Dustin was talking, and I'm hoping that he told you guys, because I know he's over talking about it. But the two guys that are in prison, can't Trump pardon them? Do you think he's not aware? I mean, do we need to try to start a campaign to raise awareness? Is there any hope there? Do y'all know if he knows?
Brian is supposed to be getting out. I think that there was.
Well, so we're waiting on the pardon for Brian, and I'm not sure where the Tim Shea stuff stands, but he is a dad. He has 3 kids. He has a son who just graduated high school, who he got to miss his graduation because they put him in jail like a couple days before, like some really sick shit. But Tim is innocent on all this and hardly ever involved. And it's really sad that he even got wrapped up into all of this. Like he was very, very undeserving of what happened to him. So I will try and find out where Tim's pardon stands. But I know President Trump is aware of Brian's stuff, I guess, and that it's in progress and we're kind of just waiting. And I heard that he's kind of doing the pardons in like a certain order. And now, like he did the pro-lifers, and now he's going to go after the people who were politically persecuted by the Biden regime or rogue people, rogue federal judges or whatever. So it's kind of just a waiting game, but it's really concerning to see Jeff's tweet that's up in the nest that now, after Steve's guilty plea today, they are now targeting Brian, who is confined to a wheelchair, who doesn't even have the proper medicines or anything being administered to him, and he's slowly dying, to be completely honest. And they're retaliating against him by taking his email away, which is the only way he has to communicate with the outside world. So I'm not sure what to do at this very, very moment, but we do know that there should be a pardon coming.
They have been absolutely awful.
Jeff from Cali just got up. Jeff, get on the stage. What is going on with Brian? What do we have to do? Who do we have to call? Like, give us the down low. Do we need to call the prison? Come up on stage, Jeff. I can't send him a speaker. Can someone please send Jeff?
I did. I did.
Jeff, accept the speaker.
I'll step down, but please keep me posted. I'm more than happy to help.
No, you're good, Rusty.
No, you stay up here, Rusty.
Great, Rusty, stay up here. Jeff, what's going on with Brian?
So yeah, I just got another email from him just about couple hours ago, and where he said something's happening with his email. They messed it up, and he's going to lose his access to it for a whole month. And that's how he communicates with me, like almost daily, about what we want to do and what to push, for the pardon and stuff like that. And then they did the same thing with his phone, like about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And he didn't have a phone for like a week. So because you can have phone and email communications with anybody who's on a list. So I'm on a list, like his dad, his lawyer, and you only get like so many people that you can have on your list. But for some reason, something happened. He just said they messed it up, and it's a long story, but I'm going to lose my email for a month. And so I'm like, well, what do we do now?
These people have been so awful to him. It's like they should be charged with attempted murder. I swear. It's just they have been just in the mind messing with him. I mean, they're just totally messing with him.
Okay, so something that trumps all of this, not haha Trump. Okay, but seriously, something that trumps all of this is a pardon, just getting him out of there. Jeff, where do we stand on the pardon? Okay, and then I'll have another question, but where do we stand on the pardon right now?
So we're taking it as it's being considered. We're looking at it as being considered. It's not done until it's done. He doesn't, because he said he's been in this position before where he's heard like good news and it didn't pan out. So that's why he asked me to keep pushing, to get a pardon through, articles on social media, etc., pressure campaigns. That's how we're looking at it. I'm getting like information from several sides behind the scenes that I don't know, like I'm getting some like conflicting stuff, and I'm not supposed to talk about it, which makes it even more difficult. So
okay, so for the pardon aspect of it, right?
Right.
Who do we have? Can we do a pressure campaign? Because we have an army of people who would be willing to help out with this.
We're trying to get, he wants Gozar back on because he was helping. And I was talking to his staff for, I don't know, maybe a year, but they haven't really responded within 6 months or something like that. He's trying to get Gozar back on.
So do we need another congressperson on this right now?
I would it wouldn't hurt, honestly,
Okay, so we need a congressperson.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that in a minute.
Right.
2, where is Tim also going for a pardon?
Yes. And it's the same as with Brian. We're going on looking at it as if it's being considered, and then when it's done, it's done.
Okay, so we just need Congress to get on this pretty much.
Right. Yeah, I would say.
Okay, so why don't we put something together for both Tim and Brian to try to get them out of there?
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good.
And then so to get his email back and to get him some like better treatment can we like contact the prison? Can we like
Yeah,
do we need to get the congressperson from Michigan in on this? Like, or wherever he is. I don't even know where he is, but like
Minnesota.
the congressman, Minnesota. Okay, Minnesota. Like, do we need to get like the governor in on it?
That's Tim Walsh, I believe, or it was.
Oh yeah, never mind. Fuck that.
It's a federal.
He's in on it, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah, probably. Yeah, right.
yeah. You go through either the warden or the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Yeah, and last time I put up a pressure thing, it worked really good. It was in the Gateway Pundit, reached a lot of people, and the guy who denied his compassionate release was like I think it was an Obama or Biden appointee, and who was running. He was a high up in either that prison or like in the Bureau of Prisons, and he denied his request for compassionate release. And then when we did the pressure campaign and put his mail in there and phone number, they just got bombarded, and he changed his mind. And he actually signed off on it, which is good, but it still hasn't. It's not through. But these things all take time. But
can we like? So who is the new Federal Bureau of Prisons person?
I haven't even looked. I don't even know if there is one yet. If there's one been.
There's not one yet, and so the Attorney General is over the Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Okay.
So we have to get a hold of Pam Bondi.
Right. Yep. I think that'll be best.
Can't we do like a post or something? I don't mean to sound dumb, of course, in addition to calling and emailing and stuff, but maybe do a post and like get every sinking body to like flood her? Could we? I mean, is that how you do it, or I don't know?
Yeah. So, but we want to go at this strategically. I wish Dust was still here. Because yeah.
Right.
Well, we need to do a space in the morning or like mid-morning tomorrow, anyways, because we've got some voting for RFK and also Tulsi, maybe. So maybe we do a space tomorrow and we just hop on for like an hour and get it done.
Well, if you get the member of Congress, Jen, the member of Congress, if it's a good member of Congress, should be able to get through to Pam Bondi without any problem.
Anna, maybe. Paulina Luna. Who knows?
She's busy.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
she's
she
busy,
seems
but,
a little bit busy.
She's doing Maxim, right?
I bet you Santos could reach out to somebody.
Yeah, I bet you he would at least point us in the right direction.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, maybe we could have Savvy reach out to Corey Mills.
That would be the guy.
Oh my gosh, that would be so amazing. Like if we can get something to go viral, right? Or like really get people aware of the fact that this is, triple amputee, war veteran who built border wall and who's being like just completely abused inside of our prison system, shouldn't even be in there. He could have been on house arrest. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous.
Corey
that they put
Mills
that
is
man
a
in there.
veteran
Yeah,
too.
you don't need to even,
So that's a good guy to go for.
you don't even need to talk about the border wall. You just need to say he's an abused veteran in prison, and that's enough.
If you could get Ian Carroll to do a video, just saying.
Oh, that would be a
And
good
Savvy's
idea.
here. Guys, Savvy's here. I got Savvy here. Get Savvy up on stage. We're going to handle this right now.
Invite sent. Savvy away.
She got double whammy invite.
Savvy, we need help.
Hi,
we need
what's
you
up?
to reach out to Congressman Corey Mills for us.
Mhm.
Brian Polfage is in prison and they're literally tormenting him now, right? He's supposed to be getting a compassionate release. He's supposed to be getting a pardon. But in this interim, they've taken away his email. They're messing with his phone. He's not getting his proper prescriptions. and we don't know what to do. And he's literally slowly dying, and we need help on this really bad.
Okay, can you draft a text and I'll text it to him as soon as I get it from you?
Yep, I'll
Did
do it
you
now.
wake her up?
It's
Oh no, I
okay.
just texted her.
Jen's on emergency bypass. So if she texts or calls, it comes straight through. So it doesn't matter if my phone's on sleep or silent mode.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's okay.
Now you know that that's
you
the
said
bat
you needed
call.
me. Yep. So I'm here.
All right, sweet. I'll get you a text right now, Sav. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Love you,
How's
girl. Go
everyone
back to
else?
sleep.
I was about to say, how's everyone else on this Tuesday night?
Oh, we're worked up, as you can see.
I
Started
see
off with
that.
civics, and the civics lesson of the day was related to what we were talking about here in this regard, and yeah, it's gone into getting an update on Brian Colfage and his situation.
Oh my goodness. This is so sad. He's a J6er, yeah.
No, we built
No,
the wall.
he's the guy who built the wall.
He's
The
rebuilt
triple
wall.
amputee war vet. He's a Purple Heart awarded war hero.
Oh my God.
They put him in prison. He's been in there for 2 years, Jeff. Two and a half years.
Yeah,
Of
it's
4 years.
It's about a little over 2 years, I believe. And then we've just been hearing different stuff about him getting a compassionate release, like what I just said, and then that the Democrat denied him. And so then after we did the pressure campaign, they said, okay, he okayed it, but that still takes time. And then now we've heard, there's a pardon being considered. And so, yeah, it's.
And this medical prison, like they don't have anything to like help him with comfort, like so they don't have the equipment that is needed, and they don't give him his medication, so he's like literally dying.
Yeah, they don't give him. They actually had to take him, I think, to Mayo Clinic a couple times, and it just they're not set up for a triple amputee like at all. What's at all whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean,
and again, he could have stayed home. He could have been on house arrest with his
Why did they
comfort
arrest
and
him?
his stuff.
They said that he stole the money from the border wall, which he built. This was the We Build the Wall stuff, girl. So him and Dustin co-founded We Build the Wall together.
Oh my God.
This is what Steve Bannon took a plea deal for today.
And now today, after Steve took the plea deal, they took away his email, which is the only way that he has to communicate with the outside.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we just got that message. So, but yeah, he took a board approved paycheck, is what the Democrats, who went after him they said that was, stealing money because he took a board of directors approved paycheck. But in the beginning, he said, we're spending all the money on the wall. And then when it became a job, he got a paycheck for it because he was just going to give all the money to the government, and they couldn't. So it's that whole. So they just started, bullshitting and
weaponized law. Yeah.
But I think the most egregious thing is when they raided us. So when they raided us simultaneously, Dustin and I and Brian and Steve, right? But when they showed up to Brian's house, they didn't bring an ADA compliant vehicle, and they made him crawl on his nubs down his driveway into the vehicle in front of his wife and his children.
If you want to know something, that's not the first time I've heard something like this happen. That's just
yeah. This is where in the news where you're listening to these FBI agents, screaming bloody murder. Well, we were just assigned to this. We did our job. Well, maybe that's true to some of them, but the ones who did this shit to Brian Colfage, and the ones who went out and used an MRAP with a battering ram to knock people's doors down because they were criminal trespass in January 6th, and before having done so, closed off 2 blocks around their house with the local police departments at 5 o'clock in the morning. Those are the kinds of people. See, their ass gets fired, and then they get prosecuted for abuse of power and wasting federal resources and all sorts of other bullshit. So, I got absolutely no.
That's why we need cash in town, but we need these confirmations. We need to put the pressure on as well.
Yeah, send me a draft of that text, Jen, and I'll text it to Corey right now. He stays up late, so I'm sure he'll get it and he'll work it. I'll send it to a couple other people in Florida too.
Thanks, Sav. And hey, Jeff, can you send me the article real quick to my text messages so I can include it in the text? The Gateway article?
Yeah, I can do the email thing.
No, the most recent Gateway article on Brian's situation.
Oh yeah, okay, I can do that. I'll do that right
Thanks,
now.
Jeff.
Cool. Hey, I gotta run. Thank you for the help, everybody, and thanks and keep it up. That's awesome. Awesome helping get him out of there. So
Let's do it. That's why we got people.
awesome.
So
Rock and
we
roll.
just got to get him out of here.
Cool.
So love you, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, Jeff. Have a great night.
Have a good night, Joe. Take care.
Right.
And thanks, Savvy, for
Oh,
coming on in.
Of course.
Work your magic.
Sorry, Sav. I didn't know there was a bypass.
No, you're right. Like I said, it's fine. That's why I have you on bypass in case you need something like this, an emergency situation.
Well, we appreciate it. And I'm sure that, Brian will definitely appreciate anything that can be done to just get his situation in a better position.
Imagine, the horrendous conditions he's been living under, Savvy, for like 2 years, this triple amputee, having to use a bedpan. They don't have it's
If they're not
it's
letting him
heartbreaking.
use his
I don't even know
prosthetics.
him, and my heart breaks for him.
Well, it's humiliating, and they're not letting him use probably prosthetics, right? Because those can
Nope, he can't use any prosthetics,
exactly.
and the
So
chair
it's
is not made for
degrading.
him.
Right, and a prison alone is not. There was a story which is firsthand account of a veteran that was pulled over in Gwinnett County for bullshit charges. They took him to the jail, took away, he's a double amputee veteran, took away his prosthetics, made him crawl to the bathroom, made him crawl during general pop, and put him in a cell that had bunk beds. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you can't even get up there. So when I hear stuff like this, and this is why I work very hard with legislators as far as prison reform, because stuff like this just, it's so disgusting. I'll send it right now, Jen. I just got it, but it's so important to, those who can, to really try to do something, right? I just bulldozed my way in as far as prison reform years ago, just because I heard firsthand stories and accounts of things that were going on in my state. And, it's little things like this that a lot of people don't understand are super, super important.
It's dehumanizing,
It is.
Well, and the other thing is that, if we really want to, better our society and give people a second chance, like there needs to be some sort of reform where there's training, you like learn skills so that when you do get out and you are remediated, then you can get back into society and have a trade, be able to actually like get back into society and not have all the chips stacked against you so that you just repeat the same thing over again. I mean, the recidivism is truly ridiculous, and it wouldn't take that much to actually implement things. I know firsthand what those programs that they do run in there, right? They have a captive audience. Like these people don't have anything else to do. They want to learn. They are just like everyone else. They want to learn. They want to get better. They don't want to be in that situation. And if you give them just
real quick, Jen, if it's okay, you guys, I'm also going to send this information um, to the veterans organization that I'm the national comms director on, because if we can make noise that way too, especially having to do with veteran, um, I'm going to do it. But I just want to make sure that that I have liberty to send this.
Go ahead, girl. He
Okay,
literally
wherever.
buried his Purple Heart that he was awarded in the border wall.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Right? Like it's a whole thing. Like he took a direct mortar in Iraq, right? 3 of his limbs blown off, right? Like it is a horrific story. And what drives me nuts, right, is the fact that this isn't being like fast tracked through the pardon process, because Steve was pardoned on these exact charges, right? So you had 4 guys charged, 1 was pardoned, the other 3 weren't. Like, why can't we get this guy out? Like, he's literally dying.
Does he have family members, Jen, that's been releasing videos?
Well, he's in Minnesota, so I think all of his family, so his wife and his kids are in Florida. His dad, I believe, is not near Minnesota, right? So he's all the way up in Minnesota in this random ass apparent healthcare facility, like or medical hospital prison, where they're not equipped to take care of a triple amputee. And now they're taking away his ability to communicate with the outside world the same day, within hours, that Steve Bannon pled guilty to charges that he shouldn't have had to plead guilty to, right? Like, I'm so aggravated. I'm so angry.
Can you get his family to do some kind of video that we can push as well?
Yeah, so I can reach out to Jeff, who's in touch with his dad, that we can do. But Kelly, I saw you. So up in the nest, Kelly just shared. This is the Gateway Pundit article that was written about a month ago, I think, about Brian, his story, and pleading with President Trump to grant him a pardon.
He's in Minnesota. You need to talk to Shane Meckland. I sent him an invite.
Awesome.
Yo,
Oh
yo.
my God, Shane could help. Hello?
How's
Oh
everyone doing?
yeah, Shane could help, and Walter could help, and all those people that we had in that space the other night.
Yeah,
didn't
Everyone
get
hear
to-
me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you.
Yo, I love the American flag by your name. How do I get that?
Type
Can someone please handle this?
type an American flag by your name?
It's by your blue check too.
If you put it at the end of your name, it'll be by your blue check.
Damn, okay, that's lit.
Oh, glad we got.
Yeah, I'm just an American coming in here. Support America like you guys. Let's go.
Yeah, give us a follow the account. Appreciate it. We're handling something at the moment, so
I only follow you.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
so we're
handled
like
it.
trying to like
Can you
get someone out of
please get rid of
prison
him?
at the
We're in the middle
moment.
of something. Let's not bring any other people up for the moment unless we know them.
It was deflationary Doge.
He had 1 follower. Look at the account.
I was going to tell him he had to donate 10. I was going to tell him he had to donate 10K to getting Brian Colfage out of prison, and he could get an American flag.
At that point, I'd give you an American flag.
Well, so I think we've got some. The article's up there, and then Savvy's gonna call her people, work some magic. We'll
I
get with
just
the.
texted Sage Steele too, so maybe she can get the story out there to gain more momentum. Just
Right.
a
It's
thought.
just like I get there's a pardon process, guys. I do, but like this guy is dying. Right. And he gave a lot for this country. And this is really not fair. And what's worrying me, right, is the fact that Steve pled guilty to those charges today. And I don't want someone who doesn't understand the story and that this is literally political targeting. All you have to do is go look at the original indictment and you can read it how it is a huge political targeting to take out Steve Bannon. Right. So like Brian Colfash is just like caught up in this.
Fodder.
And like he literally has 2 little kids under the age of 10. And it's really fucked up that they don't have their dad with them.
They're using him for cannon fodder. You know, it's messed up. This is like, and you
Well,
gotta
and
be
not
worried
that I'm not
with
thankful
Tim Walz being
that
the governor.
Steve walks free, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very thankful Steve walks free, right? But like, it breaks my heart that there's 2 other people sitting in jail right now, away from their families, right? Like, who are innocent, who don't belong there, who were politically attacked by their own government because they tried to stop the human and drug trafficking into our country on the southern border. And the wall did get built. It did.
That's the part I just don't understand is how can they, like, there's structure there.
Because we had the full weight of the international media, like literally the international media, like the Tibet Times, like writing stories about how, first of all, they did the initial one where GoFundMe refunded all your money. Or no, first we stole all the money. First we emptied the GoFundMe and ran with 20 million. Then when Abby, that was retarded, right? They said that GoFundMe was refunding all the money that the thing, the wall project was dead on arrival. GoFundMe's refunding all the money, right? And up until the day before we started building the wall, up until that day, they were like, it's impossible for you to build there. The Army Corps of Engineers told you you could never do it, right? So, and this was a cohesive effort, right? A coercion effort by all of the media. Like, I'm like, guys, it was ridiculous to see how all of them were reporting the same shit, and none of it was true. None of it.
Funded by USAID.
Yeah, I was gonna say you guys literally faced off with Soros and friends. It made them look bad.
Yeah, and it was like literally
know?
all the media. So when you wonder why people A, don't know the project even was successful, B, that we didn't steal the money, that C, you can see the fucking wall from the I-10, okay? When all of those things happened, do you think any single one of those outlets wrote a story to say, wow, these ragtag group of freaking people actually pulled it off? Not a
I look at you guys as
fucking
pioneers, Jen.
story, bro. Not a single story.
You guys
none
are
of
gonna go
them.
down in history as pioneers. Honestly, like, you know, that's the way I'm looking at this. Is you guys are pioneers. You're Americans showing the American way. You know, we're gonna get out there. We're gonna get it done. You know, if the government's not doing its job, we're gonna do it for it. You know,
Well,
and
it really,
so
like,
Jen,
Adam, I appreciate that, right? But it doesn't feel like that right now. To be completely
Jen,
honest, it
so
feels terrible.
So now
Go
that
ahead.
he's got this, so now that he's, you know, done the plea deal, does this mean that the gag order's gone and he can like shed light on this?
Who, Bannon?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, not like now that he's not like under threat, right? Like, guys, like for us, it was really scary, right? Because Dustin gets a phone call and they're like, yo, we really need you to like come testify on Steve's behalf in New York under Judge Merchan. And I sat there and I'm like, oh my God, they're going to steal Dustin. They're like going to hold him hostage and I'm never going to see him again, right? This is shit that's been weighing on our minds this whole time, is that we had this impending court case coming up where Dust was going to have to go testify on Steve's behalf because, like, obviously, okay, is it a risk to Dustin? Are they going to do everything in their power to try to trip him up so they can arrest him? Yeah. But is Steve innocent? Yep. And if I was innocent, I hope someone would be brave enough to come put their neck on the line for me, right? So, like, he had to do it. It wasn't a
would,
question.
Jen. I totally would I would jump in front of a moving train full of bullets for you, Jen.
Thanks, girl. Appreciate it. Right.
Well,
and it's not just
maybe
Brian, right? Tim Shea is there too. Let's not forget about Tim.
Well, maybe he did this, part of that, part of the reason for him doing it was so that he can now talk, shed light on things, and like, whip up a good storm and call these freaking media people out on it. I mean, the
I
fact
hope
that
so.
nobody ever covered it and nobody ever, I mean, again, this is another one of those opportunities where it's like, this is freaking easy pickings, great story. You would be a hero if you bring this to the masses and you do it right. Like, this is something that the American people, when they find out about it, are going to be just like the rest of us that fell in love with you guys when we found out about your story. Like, and the fact that they're like, everybody doesn't know this is just so frustrating and it's stupid.
You know what's even worse, Kim, is Fox News literally blackballed the project. Would not cover us, would not utter our name, right? When we're getting fucking attacked, right? All Fox had to do was do a story to talk about what we were doing to like legitimize us. Do you think they did that? Nope. But you know what Fox does do still to this day? When they go down to the southern border, right? They set up their shot. And do you know whose wall they have as the backdrop of their shot? That's our wall. That's the one the people built. And do you think they have ever uttered one single phrase of, oh, look, it's Steve Bannon and Brian Colfage and Dustin Stockton's wall over there? Nope. Nope. They don't even mention it. They just want to show how strong the border is. Like, give me a break.
I mean, again, just such missed opportunity and so squishy. It's embarrassing. It really is.
They are terrified of Steve Bannon. He must be that one.
Honey Badger.
Dude, he doesn't. I don't know if y'all like. I think we need to replay Steve's speech because I didn't even really listen to it. Like we were standing next to Steve when he gave it, but the speech that he gave at the Patriot Awards, right? Because like that was Honey
I'm
Badger.
pulling it
Honey
up
Badger
right
came
now.
out,
I'm
right?
pulling it up
And
right
and
now.
and the thing is like, guys, we were ordered by law in the subpoena that we were to have no contact, zero contact with anybody who is indicted for We Build the Wall. Couldn't talk to Steve. Could not talk to Steve. Like, we didn't want to get like raided again, right? That was our fear this whole freaking time, right? Especially when they were coming after like the Jan 6 people. I'm like, dude, we are so gonna get fucking raided again. I know it. Like, that's why I stay up so late at night. Like, why I tweet like at 4 o'clock in the morning because I'm terrified to sleep, and I have been for 5 years because it like, nope, nope. And that's something that like it's not like any amount of money you'll ever give me peace, right? The only way I find peace is through Jesus, right? The only way I've gotten through any of this is through my faith in God. And him putting me in the middle of the desert for 40 days didn't it helped a little bit. But right? Like that's the only way I got through any of this. No way. Right? The only way I've been able to sleep even a wink at night is because I know there are holy angels guarding my door with a hedge of protection and I'm good. That's it.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying to find the video.
Hey Jen, I'm gonna hop off, you guys. I'm falling out, but tomorrow I will send you a list of names of everyone that I've sent it to so far. Okay.
Thanks, Sav. Really appreciate you jumping in here and trying to help Brian. Like I know he appreciates it too. Thank you.
Oh, you're so welcome. I sent it to Matt Gates, to Byron, Sage Steele, what's her name? Ah, I can go back
Sav,
to my.
text me in the morning about
I was about
Gates.
to say I am
There's
so out of it.
Yeah.
All right.
Just yeah.
Okay.
Gates in particular on that one.
Yes, I did. I texted it to him.
Okay, he might have like just we need to talk about that one. Love you.
Yeah.
Sage just
Love
got
you.
off of
Bye, y'all.
Sage just got off of Sean Hannity.
Mm-hmm. All right. Bye, y'all.
Bye,
Good night.
Savvy.
Love you
Bye,
guys. Love
Kimberly.
you,
Love
Sab.
y'all.
Thank
Good
you.
night,
Love you.
Rosie.
You're welcome. Bye.
Oh, I let sunlight up.
Okay, Cam.
Yes.
I put the Rumble link in the chat because
Oh, yay. Good. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
and
can't,
it's-
I didn't want to play it.
yeah, it's like it's over an hour. I'm trying to get to it now where it's at. It's like at 1.1, like 125. So there.
All right, I'll go there. I'm going there now.
Okay.
So how can I get an American flag on my profile?
That was so funny.
You gotta donate 10K to getting Brian Colfage out of prison.
Introducing the Ungun, the non.
I got to sign in.
Dude, I can't wait to have Brian in Spaces. You guys don't understand. He literally just says whatever the hell is on his mind, and it is most of the time glorious. Absolutely freaking glorious.
Hey, Adam and Jen, I went ahead and found the Bannon speech at the Patriot deal. Put it up in the nest. And you're right, it is freaking awesome.
I'm going to play it right now.
For me, there were a few people that just absolutely stood out as people that we had to award and we had to look for. Somebody who had absolutely been a strategic leader of this movement for a long time. Somebody who has managed to keep his thumb on the pulse of actual MAGA, the regular people everywhere. Somebody who is a honey badger and just does not give a fuck. Part of my language. But it's come with a price. We talked about that you can see a patriot for their commitment to things like justice and truth and getting the word out. But there is a direct relation between how effective you are to how hard they will come at you in order to silence and take you off the playing field. And I don't know, outside of Donald Trump, anyone that they have, the lawfare machine, the media smear machine has gone after than one of my heroes and friends, Stephen K. Bannon. Admiral. It's coming to the, you know, our statues down in Berryville, right? I guess that didn't land that one. Okay. Seriously, look at this podium. Is this a police lineup or podium? I got Scott Presler, right? Because you know all those registrations are totally above board, right? Scott's knocking on guys' windows in like Gettysburg. Hey, what you registered? Leave me alone, man. Sign it. Scott Presler changed the election, of course. Ambassador, has there been a better warrior or better gangster than John Voight in Hollywood? The hardest. Excuse me, that's Ambassador Voight. What the mandate that the President Trump's giving you a mandate to clean up Hollywood? Just part of it. Just part.
Away
Your
from the
MAGA
fights,
today,
and we are
Andrew
lucky to
Breitbart
have
and
him as
John-
our admiral, Steve. Okay, take the dishes away. No, it should be, the show should be named Morning Me because she does all the work. I mean, he's kind of a clown, right? So Zuckerberg and Bezos are going to be on our side. Bezos just took a medal from Biden. Guys went long. What's the meme coin that came in last but not least? in a billion years, I never thought, hey, you got Zuckerberg at the darkest days of the revolution. They said there's something to break against President Trump. Or you got to break against President Trump. I don't give a the MAGA movement and greatest come from me. Donald Trump is a progressive. Sure, with that screwed up face, right? And I'm actually sucked on a lemon. How would you like to wake up next to that every morning? How seriously, it is.